staff joining us in the WebEx. As we've noted, this is a evidentiary hearing for the Public Utilities Commission docket number 2017-0122, which involves the Commission's review of Hawaii Electric Light's application for approval of a power purchase agreement with Hu Honua, filed on May 9th, 2017. As we've stated the other mornings, just a few housekeeping matters. Mr. Parsons will be hosting the WebEx hearing and point person for any technical difficulties. We shared it before. We've sent all the parties a document, procedures for addressing technical difficulties at hearing. Please refer to that if you have problems. Similar to the other days, we started at 8:30, or we opened the WebEx at 8:30. We'll be taking breaks in the proceeding at the discretion of the presiding officer, as well as a 1-hour break for lunch between approximately noon and 1 p.m. Hearing scheduled to adjourn for the day at 4:30, and lunch breaks and end time subject to change at the discretion of the presiding officer. Just one thing to note, if we are not complete at the end of the day today, we will plan to go and resume on Monday, just so folks are aware of that. As noted in the Commission's pre-hearing conference order, provisions set forth shall govern the hearing and post-hearing schedule. Commission's recording this hearing and is making it publicly available on YouTube. It's critical for those listening via the live stream, as well as those who listen to the recording, to be able to hear clearly what each hearing participant is saying. Please speak slowly and clearly. Please respond to the questions verbally so that the recording can capture your response. As set forth, as we've said, each day, the Commission reiterates its strong preference to not close any portion of the evidentiary hearing to require us to temporarily suspend the live stream. And opportunity for redirect examination and recross examination shall be requested orally during the hearing, is subject to the presiding officer's discretion. With that, I think we'll resume. Mr. Nishina, you're still under oath. Mr. Nishina, ready to go?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Curtis?
Good morning, Chair Griffin, Commissioners Potter and Asuncion, and everyone else. Aloha, Dean Nishina. We have no questions for you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Curtis.
Okay. Move to Tahiri Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Nishina. I have a couple of questions for you. We talked about, or in your previous testifying, you talked about how the CA formulates its position. Now, when it formulates its position, do you consult with your professional staff, i.e. your engineers, your accountants, your economists, and your subject matter consultants? Is that true?
Depending on the proceeding, we will either rely on in-house staff or solely on consultants, or a combination of thereof. And then, yes, we will rely on the analyses that they do, depending on the proceeding. And that will be the basis for whether it's a statement of position or testimony that we file before the Commission.
Okay, so you don't base your position on the few public comments that are put up on the Commission's DMS website. Is that correct?
No, our recommendations are not based on those comments, but as the consumer advocate, we do try to take stock of the public comments that are being offered, so that we can ensure that that's part of the Commission's consideration.
Thank you. Are you familiar with Mr. Jacobs' testimony in regards to the alleged $132 million of social cost savings at full dispatch?
I read his testimony, yes.
So question, and if you don't know, then you don't know, but if the Hu Honua facility was run at full dispatch, would that mean that existing renewables that are currently on the HELCO grid would have to be curtailed?
Uh, yeah, I'm not a witness to discuss this matter. As my general understanding is, it's up to the Hawaii Electric Light System operators as it relates to following its rules, and they generally follow the economic dispatch rules unless there are other rules that require, say, must-take units. But again, I'm probably not the best witness to speak to this matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nishina. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. Questions from the commission now, Commissioner Asuncion.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nishina, I just have a couple of questions for you. Mostly some to clarify what was discussed so far in your cross-examination. Maybe I'll start with working off of what Ms. Wong just asked you. So when you folks formulate your position and or testimony and or the like to the commission, you mentioned that you do consult with your consultants and in-house staff. My question is, do you consult with like sister state agencies, either at the state or the county level, or even the federal level, who may have knowledge of, or kind of like our subject matter experts, where you guys are not the subject matter experts?
Thank you for that. And good morning, Commissioner Asuncion, and thank you for that question. I think the answer, no, I not think. My response to that is depending on the proceeding. If we believe that there are other, say, especially state agencies, we will try to reach out to them to see whether or not there are certain issues that they may be willing to discuss with us, because what we're trying to avoid is offering up a recommendation, say, that might put our recommendation, or basically put the commission in an awkward spot of trying to adopt the recommend or consider a recommendation that may be at odds with something another agency is doing. So again, we try to take stock of what the issues are in any proceeding, determine whether or not there is a need to contact other agencies, and then we will explore discussions with that other agency to see, again, whether or not there are potential conflicts that we should be aware of, or sometimes we do explore other opportunities for synergies if there are any.
Okay, because where I'm trying to go with this question is, right, you mentioned that there are like, additional environmental issues and things like that are still pending. And from what I read in everything that's filed, right, there are some solutions that are proposed in there, but you still say that, right, they're concerns. So how would you reconcile that? Like, for instance, if we're talking environmental or the injection well, right, wouldn't you, right, reach out to the Department of Health, right, because it's an easy phone call, email, whatever, right, either you or your staff or even your consultants, and try to see if that recommendation works, right, rather than just leaving it at, here's the issue, but we're not going to work any much more, in reviewing any type of solutions. And it could be on any issue, really.
Yeah. Sorry, if I understand your question correctly, yes, that would be a possibility. But I think what we also try to do is have deference to where we have an understanding that another agency is reviewing it, and we don't try to inject ourselves into that review process where we may be viewed as um, sort of interrupting their work process. Basically, it's a matter of deference, or at least from my perspective, I'm trying to be deferential to the other agency. But as I mentioned, we have in the past reached out to other agencies where we thought it might be good to see if there are potential opportunities to have those discussions. I can say in this particular instance, we have not contacted the I apologize in advance. My screen just blinked. I'm not sure. Can you folks still hear me?
Pretty well. There's a
Okay,
little
thank you.
bit of a glitch, but not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just to complete my response, we have not reached out to the Department of Health in this particular matter as it relates to the injection well, and we were awaiting their decision before making further decisions about whether or not there was an opportunity to have further discussions.
Okay. And let me jump to this question, and it's regarding your position on whether or not there should be enough or some assurances on the feedstock, right? And I believe your position on that is for the life of the PPA, right? So 30 years, right? That you need to show some assurances. Hu Honua would need to show some assurances of that. And
Yes,
is
that I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that's correct? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, we're encouraging the commission to evaluate whether or not Hu Honua would have a secure supply of feedstock, especially local feedstock, because if and again, part of our recommendation is based on the understanding that the commission may need to consider whether or not preferential rates are acceptable as it relates to this project. So in that vein, if say the feedstock available within the state of Hawaii is insufficient for the life of the project, and the project may need to rely on imported feedstock, I think therein lies one of our questions or concerns with the lack of assurances as it relates to feedstock that comes from Hawaii.
Okay. Just wanted to also clarify, we talked about long-term health, long-term environmental and public health costs, but my understanding is that there was a motion to strike that testimony. Maybe just for clarification on my part, does that mean that those issues are no longer there, or are they still there? And if they are still there, how do we reconcile it? Because there's no one else going to be talking about it.
Chair, I'm sorry, I have to note an objection to the question about testimony that's been stricken. I don't think it's appropriate for that witness's testimony to be introduced here when that witness is not available for cross-exam, and the commission has already ruled that testimony be stricken. So to further discuss it at this point would essentially be sort of backdooring that testimony back in. I apologize, Commissioner Asuncion. Just
Chair,
Mr. Stewart, you're. Go ahead, Mr. Knox.
Oh, I was just going to offer, in our motion to strike, we did note that we reserved our right to opine on anyone else's evidence on that may still be in the record.
Okay. Thank you,
wanted to
Mr.
offer
Knox.
that in that discussion.
Mr. Stewart, your objection's noted. I don't believe Commissioner Asuncion is trying to reintroduce this testimony through the question. I think he's trying to ask the consumer advocate, how this will be addressed as a topic. So please continue with the question.
My understanding of the motion to strike, and someone that, who's an attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, right, is that, yeah, that testimony is gone. Right? My question is the issue still there? Because if it is, right, it's something that we need to consider. How do we do that? We don't have anything, and we haven't, unless we hear from the other parties on that.
I think that, Chair, if I may follow up on the nature of my objection, I think that gets to the commission's prior ruling regarding the ability of witnesses to speak to issues outside the scope of their testimony. So the point that I'm making is that Mr. Nishina does not have any testimony or IR responses on that subject matter, and thus for him to provide testimony regarding those issues would be outside the scope of his testimony. That was the point that I was trying to make.
Mr. Chair, there is testimony by other parties on this issue.
We'll allow the question. Mr. Nishina, please respond.
Thank you. I will try to word my response carefully. If I go off the rails, I assume somebody will let me know. My response to your question, Commissioner Asuncion, is that even though we no longer are offering testimony, as Mr. Curtis just noted, I think other parties have spoken to the environmental or some of the environmental issues that the commission should be considering as it relates to the proposed project. And I believe there will be opportunities to ask either through cross-examination questions of those witnesses or for those other witnesses to tee up the discussion of environmental issues for the commission's consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, I'll just close. Again, I apologize. It was unforeseen. Our employee decided to take a better job, so we did not have anybody that could step into her shoes.
Objection, not a better job, just another job.
Well, again, from her perspective, a better job. Otherwise, she would have stayed with us, right?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nishina. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Nishina. I have no questions for you or this witness today. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Nishina, I just have two quick questions. First one, I just want to clarify, make sure I get your perspective. Who carries the burden of proof in this proceeding?
I believe it's the company still. It's Hawaii Electric Light as it relates to since they're the applicant, they have the burden of proof to justify to the commission that their the proposed power purchase agreement, amended and restated power purchase agreement, is reasonable.
It's not your office, correct?
Yes, it is. It is our position that it's not our office that needs to justify the reasonableness of the project.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we can turn to your pre-hearing testimony, page 5. And on the question summarizing your testimony in the beginning, basically from lines 12 through 16. And I'll just, I'm paraphrasing. You say that you still have questions and concerns and that your current recommendation, or based on those question concerns, approval of the A&R PPA does not seem reasonable and in the public interest at this time. Just based on what's happened in the hearing so far, do you want to offer any update to that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I think there are still some remaining questions and concerns. I think, there have been additional discussion, including certain commitments that I wasn't aware in the record, but were discussed in some of the cross-examination that preceded my oral testimony now. But even some of that oral testimony, I think, gave rise to other questions that I think it would be good to have, some firm details around some of the commitments that might have been offered during the testimony by Hu Honua, as well as additional information as it relates to some of the other questions relating to some of the analysis that's been provided in order to help the commission reach an informed decision.
Thank you, Mr. Nishina. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Do we have, next up is consumer advocate witness number 2, Donald E. Gruenmeier. Do we have Mr. Gruenmeier? Please identify yourself.
I'm Gruenmeier, Salvo and Associates.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to Hawaii Electric Light.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Gruenmeier.
Good morning.
On page 3 of your testimony, you stated that you would be running a production simulation following the issuance of your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And is that production simulation the reflected in the response to Hu Honua Biofuel CA-SIR-16, which was a report entitled Hu Honua Power Purchase Agreement? I'm sorry, I didn't write down the whole title, but it was that basically the results of that production simulation?
Yes.
And generally speaking, your production simulation was relatively close to that run by Hawaii Electric Light in terms of anticipated dispatch of the Hu Honua facility, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that the remaining committed capacity for the Hu Honua facility would be available for things like spinning reserves?
Remaining capacity.
Committed capacity, I said.
Above how it's dispatched?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that having reserve capacity is important, particularly in an island grid such as that of Hawaii Island?
Yes.
And you would agree that the placement of the Hu Honua facility in service is anticipated to result in a decrease of fossil fuel use?
Yes.
Did you quantify that decrease?
Yes.
And is that included in your the results of in response to HHB CA-SIR-16?
Yes.
When asked questions about greenhouse gases, Mr. Nishina generally referred to Ms. Daigle as the relevant witness. Did you have any involvement in regard to the positions that were set forth in the Consumer Advocate's statement of position related to greenhouse gas emissions?
I'm sorry. Did I have what?
Were you involved in the generation of the conclusions and positions that are set forth in the Consumer Advocate's statement of position related to greenhouse gas emissions?
There was from the production simulation, there was emissions calculated, but that was the extent of it.
Okay. And how did you calculate those emissions?
Using the amount of fuel that was burned by the fossil fuel generators.
Okay. Did you look at any other factors in terms of performing that calculation?
There were factors that tied the emissions to the amount of fuel burned.
Okay. Did you do any quantification of the anticipated emissions that would result from the Hu Honua project itself?
Just emissions from operation.
Okay. And where are the results of that analysis?
That's in the report.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Next is Hu Honua. Mr. Yamamoto, you're on mute.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Gruenmeier.
Good morning.
Just to clarify for the record, so was your report filed as part of the CA's filing on December 21, 2021 in response to Hu Honua CA-SIR-16?
Yes.
Okay, and was that report subsequently corrected or changed in the CA's second errata filed on January 3rd, 2022?
Yes, it was corrected.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to HHB CA-IR 53F filed on October 21, 2021. share our screen. So in your response to subpart F, you indicate there may be an evaluation of the HELCO production simulation models by removing generators and adding generators in different years during the model study period if there is adequate time to prepare such analyses after receiving and analyzing production simulation inputs from HELCO. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And so did HELCO provide you with those production simulation inputs?
Yes, they did.
And were those production simulation inputs used in your analysis?
Yes.
Did you gather any other inputs on your own for use in your analysis?
No.
Did you modify any of HELCO's inputs?
I don't recall that we did.
Okay. Did you perform any types of sensitivities in your analysis?
We didn't have adequate time to do that.
Did you perform your own independent production simulation, or did you merely evaluate HELCO's production simulation?
We ran our own production simulation using the inputs and unit information from the HELCO model. And we tested that to make sure that it looked reasonable to us, that the results looked reasonable. And then we finalized those runs within the time that we had available to us.
Okay. Did you view the purpose of your analysis as testing the reliability of HELCO's assumptions, or were you merely trying to verify that the model they used, Plexos, had reasonably represented the consequences of those assumptions?
In the time that we had, it would have been the latter.
In your production simulation, did you use a commercial production simulation computer program for modeling your analysis?
Yes.
And which computer program was that?
It's called Encompass.
And did you provide your simulation model to Hu Honua or to any other party or participant in this docket?
Did we provide the computer model?
Yes, your simulation model. Did you provide it to any other party in this docket?
No, we did not.
Did Hawaiian Electric provide to you the production simulation results for the case without Puaco Solar?
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to your report at page 4. And we can share our screen with you. Mr. Gruenmeier, do you see the first full paragraph? And I'm going to draw your attention to starting from the third sentence. HELCO. So it states HELCO did not provide the production simulation results for the cases without Puaco Solar Facility, so the CA was unable to prepare production simulation result comparisons between HELCO's results and the CA's results for the cases without Puaco Solar. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that help to refresh your recollection as to whether HELCO provided you the production simulation results for the case
Yes, it
without
does.
Puaco Solar? And what is your So I'm going to re-ask the question. Did Helco provide to you the production simulation results for the case without Poaco Solar?
Yes, that statement is correct.
Okay, so, but I'd like to get a response to my question. So I'll re-ask it. Did Helco provide to you the production simulation results for the case without Poaco Solar?
No.
Thank you. So you were not able to prepare production simulation result comparisons between Helco's results and the CA's results for the case without Poaco Solar, correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to draw your attention to your report at page 4, the very bottom, titled CA Results. It starts with the words "my analysis." Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, "My analysis indicates that approximately 2% less energy is projected to be generated from the Hu Honua facility over a 30-year period for the scenarios with Poaco Solar compared to Helco's results." Do you see that?
Yes.
The results from your production appear to be slightly different from Helco's, about 2% different. To what do you attribute those differences?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall exactly which resources. There was slight differences in some of the resources.
Okay. But you don't recall which specific resources?
No, I don't.
Okay. With respect to those results in which you found to be a 2% difference, those results were with Helco's production simulation results, assuming Poaco Solar in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Gruenmeier, did you review Dr. Jacobs' analysis?
Yes, I read his report.
Okay. And are you aware of Dr. Jacobs' summary of bill impacts filed in Hu Honua's supplemental response to PUC Hu Honua IR 41?
I'm not sure that I recall that.
Okay. Are you aware
Given
that
that that's not one of his, sorry, Will, did you want him to answer any questions about that response?
I'd like to ask if he's aware of those summary results, because he says he did look at Dr. Jacobs' bill impact analysis, and I just want to get his understanding of whether he was able to review Dr. Jacobs' results.
Sure, I just wanted to point out that because that is not his testimony or response to anything, if you want to give him a chance to take a look at it or to put it up on screen, if you're going to ask any further questions about it. Thanks.
Can we please provide the witness either the reference or put it up?
Sure, we can share our screen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is Hu Honua's supplemental response to PUC Hu Honua IR 41. And if you scroll down, there's a table describing the summary results. And Mr. Gruenmeier, did you have a chance to evaluate Dr. Jacobs' report and these results?
No, I did not.
Okay. But were you able to evaluate Dr. Jacobs' report? analysis?
I did not go into his report in detail. I just read his report, but I haven't evaluated anything in that report.
Okay, but in reviewing his report, are you aware that in the without Puaka Solar case, Dr. Jacobs' analysis showed an average $1.13 savings on customers' monthly bills?
No, I believe I requested information, or the CA requested information about the report, and if I recall, there weren't any detailed analyses that were provided. So I didn't have an easy way to go about evaluating any of that report.
Okay, and are you aware that in the 21.5 megawatt committed capacity dispatch case, Dr. Jacobs' analysis showed an average $8.31 savings on customers' monthly bills?
I see it in the document here.
I'll move on. As a modeler, do you normally perform fuel price forecast sensitivity analyses to test the robustness of your results?
It depends upon what the scope of that particular project or assignment is.
Okay, but do you have experience running sensitivity analyses?
I do.
Okay, and did you perform a high and a low fuel price sensitivity analyses for the CA for the Hu Honua project?
I did not.
Wouldn't doing so provide a more objective assessment of the benefits of the Hu Honua project?
It would have given a different result depending upon which of those forecasts was used. I don't know without doing so how much different or how much value that would have.
Are you aware that the fuel price forecast used by Hawaiian Electric was dated March 2021, about a year ago?
I don't know that I know that for certain, but I would believe it's at least 6 months old.
And as part of your analysis, did you attempt to use a more recent fuel price forecast?
A what?
In your analysis, did you attempt to use a more recent fuel price forecast?
No, I did not.
And why not?
Well, the first step was to develop a model that we could see was calibrated and compared to the company's production simulation. And then from there, if there were things that needed to be changed, we would do so. But we were not able to do any further work, just like I mentioned earlier, just because we didn't have an adequate amount of time to do so.
Do you happen to be aware of how frequently the 30-year fuel price forecasts are published?
What I don't know what you're referring to. That's kind of a general question.
Can you specify which forecast you're talking about?
The 30-year fuel price forecast from the EIA, for example, or FGE, for example.
I'm aware of the EIA forecast.
And are you aware of how frequently they're published?
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head.
Are you aware that in March of 2022, the EIA released a new 30-year fuel price forecast?
I haven't looked at that.
Okay. And are you aware that in this more recent 30-year forecast, the 30-year oil price forecast is higher than from a year ago?
I haven't looked at it, so I wouldn't be aware of that.
If you were to look at it and find that the results showed a higher oil price forecast as compared to a year ago, that have affected your modeling? Or do you believe that that would have affected Hawaiian Electric's modeling?
You know, without doing it, it sounds like you're asking me to make a guess as to what the results might be.
No, I'm just asking if you think that the more recent fuel price forecast, if it showed that the cost of oil is higher over the next 30 years, would that have an impact in the modeling results?
I'm sure it would have some impact.
And if the cost of oil was shown to be higher, would that have resulted in Hu Honua's bill impacts being lower? All else equal.
I didn't look at the bill impact. I wasn't able to calculate the bill impact from the information that I had. So I don't think I can answer that.
Would you agree that if you had performed a high fuel price sensitivity analysis, it would have resulted in lower bill impacts for the Hu Honua project?
I don't know that.
As part of your independent assessment, with today's high oil pricing, would it be more prudent to use a more recent 30-year fuel price forecast?
I would guess that anytime you change that forecast, it's going to change the results. So probably a month from now, it'll be different. And I guess I don't know at what point in time it is that the right forecast is locked in. Those forecasts change.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that if available, it would be more prudent to use the more recent fuel price forecast?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Mr. Yamamoto, you have asked this at least, I think, 5 times now, and you've heard his answer.
I'll move on. Would using a more recent fuel price forecast help to inform the PUC of Hu Honua's potential bill impacts and provide more robust and more recent information, in your professional opinion?
I didn't calculate any bill impact, so I can't give an opinion on that.
Mr. Gruenmeier, did you consider as part of your analyses the price volatility of oil?
My scope was to look at what Helco had done in its production simulations and do an independent production simulation and report back on that. So I was not asked to look at price volatility.
Okay, so your analysis did not take that into account, is that right?
I didn't look at price volatility.
Thank you. Did you look at export of funds for fuel imports as part of your analysis?
That wasn't what I was asked to do.
So you did not?
I did not.
Did your analysis consider the fuel supply reliability risk?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all that.
Sure. I'll repeat the question. Did your analysis take into account fuel supply reliability risk?
No, it was just production simulation results.
What about GHG emissions? Did you account for GHG emissions as part of your analysis?
We estimated what emissions were based on the fuel that was burned.
Okay, but did you attempt to assess the value or the cost of those GHG emissions?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. And was that because you were not asked to do that, or that was not within your scope?
Correct, that was not within my scope.
Did your evaluation consider system reliability?
It did.
And did you model Hawaiian Electric's energy reserve margin criteria?
It was in the model, yes.
Did you merely assume capacity additions that Hawaiian Electric provided to you?
Could you restate that? I'm not sure I understood that.
Sure. Did you assume capacity additions that Hawaiian Electric provided to you?
We used their resources that was in their production simulation model, yes.
Your evaluation limited to the system costs?
Can you give me some perspective on that? I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, earlier you said that you did evaluate the energy reserve margin criteria.
It was in the model, yes.
Okay. And as part of your analysis, did you evaluate system costs?
We calculated the cost, yes.
Do you take into account reserve requirements such as spinning reserves, operating reserves, regulating reserves, for example?
That was in the model, yes.
And how did you take those into account?
There's an amount of megawatts for each hour in the model for reserves.
Did you consider any other operational constraints in your modeling?
I'm not sure what you mean by constraints. I guess no other constraints that I'm aware of.
Did you consider must-run requirements for units or combinations of units?
Yes.
And did you consider the must-run requirements for Hawaiian Electric's fossil units as well?
Yes.
Did you consider the required minimum levels of operating capacity at different times?
Is that intended to be different than the reserve requirements when you ask me that question?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's asking whether you considered those minimum levels at different times of the day.
Minimum generating levels at different times of the day?
That's correct.
Yes.
So you did consider those.
Yes.
Did you consider locational capacity requirements?
Can you define for me what you mean by that?
The capacity requirements per location on the grid.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'll move on. I'd like to draw your attention to a statement you made in your report at page 6.
Mr. Yamamoto, can you share your screen?
Sure.
Or does the witness have it before him?
I think I do, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure you're working off the same document.
Will, if you specify which one, can we give Don just a second to make sure he can read that in context?
Sure. This is Mr. Gruenmeier's report at page 6.
It looks like page 4 is
Oh,
on
I'm
screen
sorry.
right now.
I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. It's page 4.
Okay.
Just a moment so I could locate the language.
Okay.
Mr. Gruenmeier, if you look at the screen, I think you can see highlighted. It says the Keohole and HEP combined cycle plants, CTs 1, 2, and 3, and all the diesel reciprocating engines are converted to biodiesel fuel in 2045. That
Don, do you need time to read that in context of the pages around it?
Okay, yes, I'm there.
does your production simulation assume the extension of HEP beyond 2030?
Yes, it does.
And I'm not sure if you were tuned in 2 days ago during my cross-examination of Mr. Uentin. Did you observe his testimony in which he showed that the assumption was applied differently in the 2017 bill impact analysis?
Objection misstates Mr. Winton's testimony.
I'll restate the question.
Please restate.
Yes. Mr. Gruenmeier, are you aware that in Hawaiian Electric's 2017 bill impact analysis that Hawaiian Electric had assumed that HEP would be terminated in 2030?
In what bill impact analysis?
In Hawaiian Electric's 2017 bill impact analysis.
Can you specify the filing for him?
Sure.
Even just a site. It's the one in this
I believe
docket,
it was,
correct?
it's in this docket, and I believe it was filed in June 30, 2017.
Thank you.
And if it would be helpful, I could share my screen.
Yeah, that
I'll
would
leave
be
that up to
helpful.
Don. Okay.
Just a moment.
Please share. Thanks.
June 30, 2017. And this is Hawaiian Electric's bill impact analysis. And I'll scroll down. And do you see in this table titled Hawaii Electric Light Resource Plan Comparison, and for the year 2031, it indicates remove HEP from service. Do you see that?
I do.
So my question is, why did you assume that HEP was going to be extended in your analysis?
I was asked to review and model the Helco production simulation analysis that was prepared and filed in 2021. I wasn't asked to evaluate what you're showing me.
Okay, so you were not asked to evaluate Hawaiian Electric's inputs and assumptions in its modeling.
I was asked to model that system. I wasn't asked to model what you're showing me.
Okay, but with respect to Hawaiian Electric's resource plan that you evaluated in your analysis, did you simply assume the validity of all the resources that they indicated in their resource plan? Or did you evaluate that information on your own?
Earlier, when you asked me this question, I answered that I didn't have adequate time to evaluate anything further. So just same answer.
Okay. And in your analysis, did you assume that HEP would be converted to biodiesel in 2045?
Yes.
And did you assess the validity of other assumptions in Hawaiian Electric's resource plan, such as the continuation of Wailuku River Hydro after 2023?
We included all the resources in the same manner that Helco did. We reviewed all the inputs for those resources. And then we reviewed the results to see if we thought the results were appropriate or accurate. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Okay, I think it sort of does. So that means you also assume the continuation of Tahiri after 2027 as well. Is that right?
If that's what was in Helco's plan in the production simulation, that is what we modeled, yes.
Okay. And just one more. So with respect to the conversion of Keahole to biodiesel in 2045, that wasn't actually indicated in Hawaiian Electric's updated resource plan. However, if you listen to the testimony 2 days ago, I believe witness Rientin indicated that, in fact, Keahole biodiesel was planned to be converted in 2045 and was assumed for its analysis. Do you recall that?
Misstates Mr. Wenton's testimony. Objection. As far as plans related to conversion.
Yamamoto, can you restate, please?
Mr. Gruenmeier, in your analysis, did you assume the conversion of Keahole to biodiesel in 2045?
Yes.
Thank you. In your analysis, did you consider any changes to Hawaiian Electric's resource plan, or did you accept everything as is?
We used the same plan as what Helco had in its production simulation.
And did you consider doing an optimized alternate case resource plan, including Hu Honua?
Hu Honua was included in the alternate case.
Okay. But did you consider removing any other units after Hu Honua was put into the alternate case?
We didn't have adequate time to be able to do that.
I'd like to turn your attention to Hu Honua CA IR 56B that was filed on October 21, 2021. and the page number is 115.
Don, do you need time to review that?
Which question
Part-
are we looking at?
Yeah, it's IR 56 and subpart B.
Okay,
And the question is, please define quantitatively what the CA means by economical manner. Do you see that?
yes.
Okay, and in the response to subpart B, you state economical manner refers to comparing economic dispatch resulting costs of resource plans in comparison to each other. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree that economic dispatch costs do not include fixed operating costs or capacity costs?
Economic dispatch did include some fixed operation and maintenance costs, and the alternate case included the Hu Honua capacity charge and the fixed operation and maintenance cost.
Okay, so just so I understand, is it your understanding that economic dispatch does include fixed operating costs?
It did in the Helco case.
Your evaluation impacts for Hu Honua, did you assume fixed operating costs for your evaluation of how Hu Honua would be economically dispatched?
I'm not sure what you're asking there.
Can you restate, Will?
Sure. In your analysis, when you evaluated the Hu Honua project, did you assume fixed operating costs in making determinations regarding how Hu Honua may or may not be economically dispatched?
Fixed operating costs were not used in the energy cost to dispatch. It was not part of the dispatch cost, but it was included as a cost in the alternate case.
Okay, thank you. What about the capacity costs? Were those in your evaluation?
Capacity costs was included as a cost, but not included as the dispatch cost used to dispatch units.
Thank you. I'd like to bring your attention to table 1 in your report. Would you like me to share our screen?
Please.
Share our screen. And this is the CA's filing on December 21, 2021 in response to Hu Honua CA SIR 16, which includes your report. And at the very back of your report, it starts with table 4 and then goes to table 1. Do you see that table?
Yes.
Okay. And in this table, I believe it indicates a line item for fixed O&M and capacity costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so were these included as part of your analyses?
Yes.
Okay. But not not for purposes of economic dispatch, correct?
Not as a component of the dispatch, the energy dispatch cost.
Thank you. Mr. Gruenmeier, would Hu Honua help to ensure that the grid is more reliable, in your opinion?
I don't know that for a fact.
In your opinion, does Hu Honua provide firm generation available 24/7?
I believe that's what's intended for it, that it would be available 24/7 minus maintenance periods and forced outages.
And if another resource, another firm resource were added to the grid, would that help to ensure that the grid is more reliable?
It would add capacity. I don't know if that means it's more reliable.
Would Hu Honua help to reduce the loss of load probability so that it is closer to zero?
If you're asking me in the analysis of with Puaco or without Puaco, is that what are you asking me about a specific case, or are you just asking a generality?
Generality, but with respect to the Hu Honua project, which I understand you analyzed. Would help to reduce the loss of load probability so that it is closer to zero.
In those cases, we didn't see any loss of load probability, so Hu Honua, I don't know that it made it any better or made it any worse. So I can't say that it improves it or I didn't make it worse.
But isn't it true that achieving a loss of load probability of zero or very close to zero is difficult and would require substantially more generating resources on Hawaiian Electric's grid?
Objection, argumentative, and now the scope of his testimony.
If you know.
Provide a citation to the testimony, Mr. Yamamoto.
Sure. Mr. Gruenmeier, I'd like to draw your attention to HHB CA IR 55A at page 112.
Can you share it, please?
Sure, we can share our screen. Page 112. And so you have the response to subpart A, which I believe was sponsored by Mr. Gruenmeier. It's 55A. It says, the highlighted portion says, ideally unserved energy and loss of load probability would be zero. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe Mr. Gruenmeier has provided an opinion regarding the loss of load probability with respect to the Hu Honua project, and I'm simply asking him his opinion regarding that subject matter.
Okay, can you restate the question?
Sure. Mr. Gruenmeier, in your opinion, would achieving a loss of load probability of zero be difficult and require substantially more generating resources on Hawaiian Electric's grid?
I really don't know what it would require to add to the grid.
Is it reasonable to assume that if Hu Honua were added to the grid, some other capacity resource would be removed or possibly not built or deferred, and therefore should be removed from the alternate case resource plan?
Objection calls for speculation.
Allow the question.
Could you restate the question, please?
Sure. So now I'm referring to your bill impact, your analysis of Hawaiian Electric's production simulation in which they evaluated a base case and an alternate case resource plan. And my question is it reasonable to assume that if Hu Honua were added to the grid, some other capacity resource would be removed or deferred from the alternate resource plan?
Theoretically speaking, is that what you're asking me? Or are you asking me if I evaluate it? I didn't evaluate it, so I really don't know the answer to that.
Theoretically speaking.
Yeah, it depends upon circumstances.
Would you be concerned that there would be too much generation on the grid if you were to add a unit and not take off any units in the alternate case plan?
Am I concerned that there's too much capacity? Well, are we talking about the production simulation analysis in comparing the base case to the alternate case, or are we talking about something that has more to do with planning future resources in an integrated resource plan?
I'm talking
What is it you're trying to get at? I guess I don't understand.
Sure, I'll restate the question. So did you evaluate Hawaiian Electric's base case and alternate case plans?
I did.
And in the base case and alternate case plan, did you notice that the alternate case plan is identical to the base case plan except for the addition of Hu Honua?
Yes.
Okay. So in the alternate case plan, you are adding Hu Honua to that resource plan. My question is, are you concerned that that alternate case plan does not remove any other resources from that plan and that it is over-resourced?
And that I couldn't hear the last part you said, and that what?
Might be over-resourced.
I didn't view it that way.
Okay, so how did you view it then?
I viewed it that I was running an independent production simulation of what Helco had modeled, and I did not have adequate time to look at any other sensitivities to that analysis. So I didn't get to a point of reviewing, should there be different resources? Those are the resources I understood to be in place for that plan.
Okay, then is it in your opinion that the base case resource plan that is assumed in Hawaiian Electric's analysis without Hu Honua enables the system to operate in an economical manner?
that plan, I didn't evaluate as to whether it was the lowest cost plan of that would be something would be done in the company's IGP.
Okay. I think I'll ask the question another way. Does that mean that the alternate case resources plan would not enable the system to operate in an economical manner because you're adding an extra resource without taking anything off?
Objection. I'm sorry. I have to object to the form of the question. It lacks foundation and assumes facts not in evidence as to and vague as to not taking anything off. Does Mr. Yamamoto, do you mean not removing an available resource or not removing the quantities of dispatch of the available resources when you say not taking anything off?
I mean, not taking off another resource in that alternate plan.
So your question doesn't.
Can you restate
have
it,
any-
please? Please restate the
Sure.
question.
Sure. Mr. Gruenmeier, and I'm asking in your professional opinion, does that mean that in the alternate case plan, that plan would not operate in an economical manner because you are adding Hu Honua onto that plan without taking any other resources off of that plan?
I would say that what actually that alternate case showed that it was higher cost than the base case with Hu Honua added to it. I did not
Chair?
evaluate or have time to evaluate any other alternatives to that.
Chair, I just want to check. I think it's been about an hour since Mr. Gruenmeier started his cross. Just wanted to check if he needed a short break.
Mr. Yamamoto, can we
Done?
take a break till 10:30?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to recess till 10:30. Thank you, everyone.
Mhm.
Gruenmeier, are you ready to begin again?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yamamoto, you're on mute.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Calling to order. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Gruenmeier, I believe a little earlier you stated that you had evaluated the energy reserve margin criteria. Is that right?
That's included in the production simulation model.
Okay, and is it your understanding that that is Hawaiian Electric's capacity planning criteria?
I guess maybe I need to clarify here, and maybe going back to the questions you asked earlier. What I did was included operating reserves that were included in the production simulation model. And I think maybe when I heard you ask the question about reserves, that's what I thought you meant. So if you're talking about two different things, if you mean capacity reserves are something different than operating and reserves that are included in a production simulation, I did not evaluate capacity reserves, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so just to be clear, you did not evaluate capacity reserves. Is that right?
I believe that's different than when we're talking about operating reserves in a production simulation model.
Okay,
I only did what was in a production simulation model.
okay. But did you evaluate any capacity reserves? I'm just trying to get a yes or no.
Maybe if you can define for me what you're talking about as capacity reserves.
Can you specify, Will?
Yeah. So my earlier question was, did you evaluate the energy reserve margin? And I believe your answer was yes, but now I'm not so sure because you're saying that you did not evaluate capacity reserves that go into that energy reserve margin calculation. Is that right?
I'm saying that what was included in the production simulation model, which is hourly reserves, that's what we included in our analysis. And when you're talking about energy reserve margin or capacity reserve margin, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. So I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're talking about.
Did you evaluate capacity additions to the system?
Objection. I think this might be out of scope. Will, are you asking about future resource planning? If so, that would be out of the scope of his testimony.
But Mr. Gruenmeier did evaluate, I believe, Hawaiian Electric's resource plan, which includes those capacity additions indicated in the resource plan. So I'm asking whether he evaluated.
So can you be, Mr. Yamamoto, can you just be specific to the testimony here? I think I know what you're getting at, but.
Did you evaluate?
He has also said how he's done the analysis multiple times now, so I'm not sure how this is much different than the earlier questions.
Mr. Gruenmeier, can Compass do capacity expansion planning?
You know, I'm not certain of that. That's not how we used it.
Okay, so did you do your own capacity additions, or did you merely take into account Hawaiian Electric's capacity timing?
We used what Hawaii Electric provided to us in a production
Including-
simulation that was when their resources were put in service and if something was removed from service.
Okay. I'd like to turn your attention to the Hawaiian Electric's response to CA Helco IR 71A.
Sorry, can you get that number again, Will?
Sure, it's CA Helco IR 71A, and it was filed on October 7, 2021.
Okay, can you give us a little time to look that up?
Sure. Actually, we can share our screen if that would be helpful.
And I mean, this is
That would
not the,
Yeah, this is not something he sponsored. So you're connecting this to something that he sponsored?
Actually,
checking
I'm
on
not
that.
gonna refer to the response. I'm just gonna refer to the CA's question.
Okay, but even that, are you connecting that to something that he sponsored, either his testimony or IR responses that he sponsored?
This is in connection with his responses to the alternate case resource plan.
Okay.
So, Mr. Gruenmeier, if you look at the question in subpart A, it asks, why are there no other resource changes to the alternate case resource plan with the addition of Hu Honua? You see that?
I do.
So isn't it true that the CA had concerns regarding the alternate case resource plan with the addition of Hu Honua?
That we had concerns.
Yeah, that you had questions and concerns with the addition of Hu Honua.
I see
and no
there's a
other resource
question.
changes.
I see a question that's being asked to get information, but I don't see that it's indicating there's a concern.
Did you personally pursue a response to this question or a better understanding in response to this question?
Can you
I'm not
clarify
sure.
about personally pursue?
again, this is not something that he's sponsoring here or in his testimony that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'll move on. Mr. Gruenmeier, if the alternate case plan was over-resourced with Hu Honua in and without taking any other resource in that plan out, would you consider that an appropriate resource plan?
If it was over-resourced, is that what you asked?
Yes.
Okay, what's over-resourced?
Or you have too many resources in the plan.
Are you
Right.
accepting him to accept that before he responds? You're accepting him
Yes.
to accept that hypothetical?
Yes, it was an if question. So
Objection, improper hypothetical as to what that means, too many resources. Does that mean too many available generating resources, or is he saying that the dispatch is higher, after in the alternate case? I'm unclear as to whether we're talking about the availability of generation resources or the actual dispatch of resources when he says too many resources.
I'm referring to the availability of resources, and I'm specifically referring to an amount of resources which would exceed Hawaiian Electric's capacity planning criteria.
When you say the amount of resources, that gets to the same point. The amount of resources in terms of the number of projects that are available from which to dispatch, or the actual amount dispatched from those projects. That's the distinction I'm saying that I think that we need to clarify.
Agreed, Mr. Yamamoto. It's not a very well-defined concept, and you're asking hypothetically. And can you restate the question, please?
Sure. Mr. Gruenmeier, if the alternate case plan was over-resourced with Hu Honua in and without taking any other resource indicated in that plan out, would you consider that resource plan appropriate?
Same objection in terms.
Yeah,
Same
Will, you
objection.
didn't.
You've used the same term.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
just read it again.
Mr. Yamamoto, I mean, I think I would encourage you to restate the question with more precise term. I mean, we're talking about specific power system definitions here, and you've left it very vague, this idea of over-resourced. So please restate.
Okay, I'll try. Actually, I'm going to move on. Would it be fair to say that if the unit additions in the alternate case plan were reduced, the percentage of renewable energy displacement would also be reduced?
What is it that you're referring to? If resources were reduced in what?
The alternate
Yeah,
case
Will-
plan that you evaluated.
Will, sort of along the same lines as just the last question, can you specify for him whether you're talking about available resources on the grid versus the total capacity versus the dispatch? Can you specify a bit for him?
Yeah, sure. It's the alternate case plan indicated in Hawaiian Electric's bill impact analysis, production simulation results, HELCO-301.
I still don't think that gets to the distinction that we're talking about here as between the availability of projects versus the dispatch from those projects. And I think that is an important distinction. So if Mr. Yamamoto is asking, would it be different if there were less projects available? That's a different question than would it be different if those projects were dispatched differently in some means. So I think we need to clarify the distinction on that.
Okay, I'll try to clarify.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that if the projects in the alternate case plan were reduced, the percentage of renewable energy displacement would also be reduced?
Please say that one more
Sorry,
time.
I guess I apologize for continuing, but do we have a sense of what projects you're talking about when you say reduced? The projects reduced? I mean, I appreciate the distinction that you're saying now it's projects as opposed to specific dispatch. I think that it kind of addresses the question, but can we get some specificity? I'd object that's vague as to when you say projects reduced, what projects are you talking about? Any specific
Sure.
projects or just in general?
Sure. Mr. Gruenmeier, I'm referring to the alternate case projects indicated on the right-hand column on the screen. This is in response to PUC HELCO IR 17 and identified as HELCO-301. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So my question is, would it be fair to say that if any of these projects listed here in the right-hand column were to be removed or reduced, the percentage of renewable energy displacement would also be reduced?
The percentage of renewable energy displacement would be reduced. Is that what you asked?
Yes.
I'm trying to,
I'm sorry, I
I'm
apologize
trying to
for.
understand what you're asking. I'm just not getting there. I don't understand the
I think there's
question.
a foundational question here in that a number of these projects are, in fact, renewable. So are we limiting this question to only the fossil fuel generation projects in this question, or because asking him any of the projects, it's a vague question because it's unclear whether he means, for example, you know, the 2030 installation of a standalone BESS and wind project, right? I mean, that's obviously a renewable project, so it's vague, and I think that's part of the problem here.
Yeah,
So I
I'm
guess
sorry. I'm
objection.
sorry. Yes, I was referring to the fossil projects.
So you're asking him if any of the fossil projects were removed, what
Or
might
reduced.
be, or reduced. You're asking him then to speculate on how that would affect Hu Honua's displacement of renewable energy in the model.
Correct.
Mr. Yamamoto, I mean, can you be, first, if you're gonna ask, just be specific. I mean, I think we're all, you're asking him to, I mean, you've left so much, it's so vague in what you're asking that it's hard for the witness here. So if you're gonna continue this, please be specific. But I guess I would also indicate, I mean, I think we've been going for over an hour, and I think these are a variety of forms of the same question. So I guess what's new, I guess if you can be specific, maybe that's new, but I'm not sure I'm seeing a new line of questioning here. So I guess if you can please restate with specifics, please go on.
Okay. It doesn't appear that this witness is prepared to respond to this question, so I will move on. Mr. Gruenmeier, yesterday, Mr. Nishina stated that if the HEP contract continues in both the base case and the alternate case, the effects would cancel out. Do you remember hearing that?
Slight
I
objection that
listened
is
to-
slightly, that's slightly misstating Sheena's testimony, but please go ahead.
So, I mean, okay, slight object, I mean, do you object or not?
Sorry, I object. Will, can you restate that? He didn't use
Sure.
the term.
Okay, I
HEP,
mean,
so
do you have
Okay.
a specific citation? Yeah, I don't have it in front of me either. I'm not sure if that's 100% accurate characterization of
Yeah.
what he said. Do you have,
I
if you have the
apologize.
quote, that would help.
I apologize, Chair. I don't have a written transcript from what Mr. Nishina said yesterday. It was recorded on YouTube, but I believe Mr. Nishina stated something to the effect that if a resource is in the base case and the alternate case, the effects would cancel out. Do you remember that?
I remember some discussion about something to that effect, but I'm not sure I remember what all the questions were.
Okay. But would you agree with that?
I don't know that I know enough about what was asked to know whether I would agree with it.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Isn't it true that with Hu Honua in the alternate case, the HEP unit would likely dispatch differently than it would as in the base case?
It does dispatch differently. I would agree with that.
Okay. So was Mr. Nishina incorrect then in saying that the effects would cancel out?
The
Objection
effects
again.
of what?
Go ahead, Mr. Knox.
The objection is mischaracterizing Mr. Nishina's testimony. I mean, the premise of his question of asking if Mr. Nishina was that wasn't an accurate description of Mr. Nishina's testimony.
I guess, Mr. Knott, do you want to clarify what was said, or, I mean, again, we don't have a specific citation here, do we? Okay. I'm not sure, you guys are sharing something else.
Sorry, I didn't intend to share anything.
Okay.
I'm moving on. Mr. Gruenmeier, do you know whether Hawaiian Electric included the capital cost of conversion of its fossil fuel units to biodiesel in its production simulation?
I did not see it there.
Did you develop those costs and include them in your analysis?
No, I did not.
And why not?
I asked for that type of information, which I believe is included in the company's revenue requirements model. I did not receive that information.
Question that assumption?
I'm sorry?
Did you question Hawaiian Electric's decision to not include the capital cost of conversion of its fossil fuel units to biodiesel?
I don't know that they did not include it.
Okay. And in your independent assessment, did you attempt to obtain such costs?
No, I did not.
In the alternate case plan, did you attempt to determine which of the HELCO fossil fuel units or new additions would be deferred or retired with Hu Honua in service?
Is this a different question than you asked before?
It's different in the sense that I'm asking if you attempted to determine this information.
I didn't have any time to run any other alternate cases. So I didn't attempt to because I just didn't have time to do it.
Okay, thank you. Did your analysis demonstrate a reduction in the amount of energy produced from biodiesel in 2045 to 2051, assuming the retirement of fossil units in the alternate case?
Okay, are you talking about without Puaco? Is that what you're talking about, alternate case? Just so I'm clear what you're referring to.
I'm simply referring to HELCO 301, the base case versus the alternate case.
Okay.
And in that alternate case, I was wondering whether your analysis shows that a reduction in the amount of energy produced from biodiesel in the years 2045 to 2051, or I should say 2050, as indicated in the alternate case, to whether it demonstrates a reduction in the amount of energy produced from biodiesel during that period.
So a reduction compared to what?
Compared to the base case.
So are you asking with Hu Honua included in the alternate case,
Correct.
was there a decrease in energy dispatch from units that are fueled with biodiesel?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. If fewer fossil units were converted, doesn't that indicate that capital costs would be saved in the alternate case when Hu Honua is placed into service?
Please restate the question.
Sure. If fewer fossil units were converted from fossil fuel to biodiesel, doesn't that indicate that capital costs would be saved in the alternate case?
Objection, it calls for speculation, and also the witness has said several times that he didn't look at alternate resource plans.
I believe this witness, it is representing his independent assessment of Hawaiian Electric's production simulation. So I'm just merely asking his opinion.
Okay, he did just state
Yeah.
that there would be a reduction in generation. So please, Mr. Gruenmeier, please answer the question. If you need the examiner to restate it or to repeat it, that's okay.
Please repeat it.
Sure. If fewer fossil fuel units were converted from fossil fuel to biodiesel, doesn't that indicate that capital costs would be saved in the alternate case because you would not have to spend those capital costs for the conversion?
So if you don't convert, what would you do with the unit?
Are you asking me?
I am.
I
If you're not
think he's saying
converting,
that
you're still burning fossil fuels. And
can you clarify your question, Will?
yeah,
Sure. So what would happen with the fossil fuels? They would not be converted.
so would the generating unit still be in service or would it not be in service?
They would not be in service.
So what are you doing with the generating unit? Are you going to retire it?
Remove it from service and retire it, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you that I don't know if it saves any capital costs or not, because then you incur a capital cost to retire a unit.
Okay. One more question. If Hu Honua were to be dispatched with fewer fossil units operating on fossil fuel or biodiesel, wouldn't that be a benefit of the Hu Honua project?
I'm sorry, please state that one more time.
If Hu Honua were to be dispatched with fewer fossil fuel units operating on fossil fuel or biodiesel, wouldn't that be a benefit of the Hu Honua project?
Will, can you clarify, is there a certain direction in the cause and effect you're proposing to him?
I'm asking if Hu Honua were to be dispatched with fewer fossil units which are operating on fossil fuel or biodiesel at that time, would Hu Honua be able to be dispatched more?
Well, the production simulation dispatches energy between the fossil fuel units and Hu Honua, and my observation, the results is those fossil fuel units are generating at very low levels, and that's already happening in the alternate case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gruenmeier. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Next up, we have Life of the Land, but do we want to take a short break and get everyone re-situated? Mr. Curtis?
Don, how you doing?
Mr. Gruenmeier, do you need a break?
We don't have any questions for this witness, so thank you.
Okay, well, thanks. Okay. Tahiri Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Mr. Kayatsu?
I have a few. I don't think it'll take long, but if Mr. Gruenmeier would like a break first, I'm fine with that as well.
Mr. Gruenmeier, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, let's proceed. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gruenmeier. Thank you for making time to be with us here today. My first question refers to something I believe I heard you say earlier this morning. I believe it was during the cross-examination with Mr. Stewart. I believe at one point you were asked if the Hu Honua facility is expected to displace fossil fuel units. Do you recall that? Or something akin to that?
At this point, I don't remember, but
Yeah, I'm going to object that I think that misstates the question. The question was whether it would displace fossil fuels, not fossil fuel units.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction. I'll rephrase the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
And in light of the fact that you don't really recall Mr. Gruenmeier, which is understandable, let me just draw you back to this is the production simulation report you did. I believe it is submitted in its most updated version as the second errata to the supplemental response to Hu Honua Bioenergy CA supplemental IR 16 on January 3rd, 2022. Do you recall that document?
yes.
And based on the independent production simulation that you ran, could you please describe the generating resources that Hu Honua is expected to displace?
Again, Mark, are you saying displacing units or displacing
Resource types,
energy?
excuse me. Yeah.
Energy.
You're asking what generating resources decreased in the amount of energy that they generated in the alternate case as compared to the base case?
Yes, that is correct.
I can kind of give you a general and you're just wanting fossil or all?
All, please.
Keahole decreased, PGP decreased, PGV decreased, and what I call a generic future wind resource decreased.
So is it fair to say it sounds, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gruenmeier, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm just going to say there probably were other smaller decreases in other generating resources, but those are the, I believe from memory, those are the larger ones.
So is it fair to say that your report anticipates or projects that the Hu Honua facility would displace both fossil fuel resources as well as renewable resources?
It did, yes.
Do you remember in what rough proportion?
I believe if we talk about without Puaco being sort of the current thinking of what the future might be, I believe it was between 60 and 70%. Let me think about that. I think it was around 60% fossil fuel displaced and 40% renewable displaced over the 30 years. And of course, that will differ depending upon what year you're in. It's more in the earlier years when Hill 5 and 6 were still in operation and Puna Steam was still in operation, and then it displaced less fossil after that because there wasn't as much fossil energy being generated after those three plants were taken out of service.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Mr. Gruenmeier, and I also appreciate I'm asking you to summarize on the spot what you had produced in your document. So can I assume that your responses are sort of subject to confirmation with what your report actually says?
Yes.
Thank you. And you noted something else there about the Puaco Solar. To confirm, I believe when you did this production simulation, it was still considering the Puaco Solar in the resource plan, correct?
That's correct.
And based on the independent production simulation that you did, I believe you also earlier said that the results were very close to the production simulation done by Helco.
With Puaco, yes.
Do you remember how similar?
Are you asking about the percentage?
Yeah, and again, this is not a memory test. If you don't want to recall, and then if you'd rather direct me to your testimony, Mr. Gruenmeier, that's fine as well.
We looked at what the total cost was over the 30-year period, and those numbers were very close to each other. I don't recall exactly the dollars without going in and looking it up.
Okay, that's fine. In your opinion, if you were to remove Puaco Solar from your independent production simulation, do you think the results would still be, I guess, fairly similar to Helco's production simulation that has Puaco Solar out?
We think that, yes.
And can you maybe elaborate on the basis for that that statement?
We could see a change in the Helco costs with and without Puaco, and when we added up our costs and compared, they were similar difference. That's all we had to go by.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gruenmeier. I don't have any other questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. Commissioner Sunstein?
I have no questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Potter?
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for this witness. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I have no questions as well. So thank you, Mr. Gruenmeier. I think we'll take a break until, let's see, 11:15, and then we'll start with witness Daigle. Thank you. Going to recess. Okay, Ms. Daigle, you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Knox.
Yep.
Okay, calling the hearing back to order. Will Michelle DJ Daigle please identify herself?
Hi, I'm here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll start the cross-examination with Hawaii Electric Light.
Hello, audio testing. Oh, I'm sorry. I was having an issue with my audio.
Okay, you're not up yet. We've got Hawaii Electric Light first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do we have Mr. Stewart?
I'm sorry, Chair. Let me try to ping Mr. Stewart.
Okay, we're going to go back into recess. Please let us know when you have your counsel, please. Go into recess.
Yep.
I see. Do we have Mr. Stewart now?
I apologize, Chair. I'm still trying to locate him. Okay, Mr. Stewart is available now. Chair, apologize for that.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Chair. There was a line in the bathroom, so apologies.
Ms. Daigle, are you ready to continue?
Yes, I am.
Okay, call the hearing back to order. Yeah, let's begin the cross-examination, starting with Hawaii Electric Light.
Good morning, Ms. Daigle.
Good morning.
Your testimony addresses only issue number 3 before the commission, and that's the GHG emissions that would result from approving the amended and restated PPA.
I am only the scope of my testimony is only the GHG emissions. Yes.
And
Just clarification, I think that's issue number 2.
Yes.
oh, apologies. Did you perform your own analysis of the GHG impacts that would result from the installation of the Hu Honua facility onto the Helco grid?
Are you asking me if I did my own independent analysis?
Yes.
No, I did not.
And are your conclusions regarding the analyses that were performed by the consultants for Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua contained in the Consumer Advocate Statement of Position?
Yes.
The parts related to the GHG?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding of the issue before the commission is not that is merely that the commission explicitly consider quantitatively and qualitatively the effect of the state's reliance on fossil fuels on GHG emissions, correct?
Are you asking me if it's just looking at the computations and the qualitative narrative that goes with it?
I'm asking whether or not, well, I guess let me skip to the next question, I guess. You would agree that evaluating or explicitly considering the effect of the state's reliance on fossil fuels on greenhouse gas emissions is not the same as requiring a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as a condition of approval, correct?
Joe, are you asking about the scope of her testimony, or are you asking her to make a determination about 269.6?
Well, her testimony
and commission's decision there.
Her testimony goes towards the fulfillment and the whether or not the applicants have met the burden for that issue. And I guess I'm trying to understand whether she used 269.6 as the basis of the conclusion set forth in the CA's position statement. So part of that is,
please answer the question.
When I examined the GHG analyses that were filed in this docket, I did I took into consideration the potential increases and or decreases to GHG so that the commission would be able to make an informed opinion or make an informed decision.
and in a broad sense, are you disputing the methodology of the calculations performed for the avoided case scenario that was done by Ramble?
This is specific to Ramble's report?
Yes, the avoided case scenario.
I am not disputing the methodologies in Ramble's GHG analysis.
Okay. And would it be fair to characterize the exceptions that are raised in the consumer advocate's position statement as not specifically relating to the methodology used for the GHG accounting, but more to the commitments to the plans that are described therein?
Can you be more specific, please? Can you, if you have a citation?
Well, there's a whole section in the CA's position statement related to outstanding questions, and I guess I was trying to understand whether you would characterize those as concerns regarding the methodology of GHG accounting that was done by ERM for the project specific calculations, or whether it was more issues related to uncertainty related to commitments of the Hu Honua project in terms of how they would follow through with the plans, those type of issues.
So I have some concerns that I believe I said in my testimony, and were also supplied in response to information requests that have to do with some of the calculations that were done or the assumptions, actually, let me restate that, the assumptions that were made that went into how the some of the GHG analyses were modeled. I also then took a look at how the sequestration was put forth in the models to do an accounting to see the give and take of the GHG emissions in this docket.
Yeah, and I guess my question is trying to get at a distinction between, the way that I guess I'm trying to characterize this or trying to understand it is, there's one thing to say that if the plan goes according to plan, the calculations are correct versus I'm not certain that the plan is going to go according to plan, and I'm trying to understand which of the two of those, which side of those lines your concerns fall on. As to whether or not there's a flaw in the methodology of calculation, assuming the plan goes according to plan, or whether you're saying, I'm just not sure that the plan is going to go according to plan. You understand my question?
Yes, I believe it would be to the latter of what you stated.
Okay. So, okay, finally, I guess I'd like to ask some questions about your background. Your resume was attached as CA S300, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so your training appears to be in anthropology, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you have any degrees in environmental science?
No, I don't.
Do you have any professional experience performing a quantitative or qualitative analysis of GHG emissions on your own?
Are you asking that in terms of an independent consultant?
Just in terms of performing one, that was submitted to either a governmental agency for approval or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Do you have any professional licenses or certifications in the area of GHG emissions analysis, such as the certification from the American Center for Life Cycle Assessment?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Okay, next is Hu Honua. Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, you're doing the examination?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Okay, can we make sure you're close to the computer today?
Yes, I'm bringing the speaker as close as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me well now? Okay. Ms. Daigle, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jesse Smith. I'm one of the attorneys for Hu Honua. Mr. Stewart was asking you a couple of questions about your background. Is it true that you're employed as a research analyst 5 with the division of the Consumer Advocate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what is a research analyst 5?
So I am a research analyst in the research branch of the division. And what we do is we look at dockets that come before the commission, and we help analyze the different filings and engage in discovery as part of our duties.
Okay, and I believe that you testified that you do not have any specialized training or experience in calculating GHG emissions,
I do not.
and no educational certifications or licenses regarding greenhouse gas emissions.
No, I don't.
And how long have you served in your position as a research analyst 5 with the Consumer Advocate?
Since June 2019.
Are you aware that the power purchase agreement in this matter was previously approved in 2017?
I believe that that was in the docket.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that time the project was considered GHG neutral because it was biomass?
I would have to go back and review the filings in the docket.
Yeah, Jesse, do you want to point to something?
No, I'm just asking some general questions. I'll move on until we get to the more specific areas of inquiry. Okay. So before we get to that, I want to do a little bit more background. And if you do want me to pull this up, I can. I'm going to look at your pre-hearing testimony and exhibit. So this would be ST3, filed September 16th, 2021.
Are you going to be pulling that up?
Yes, I'll ask that my co-counsel pull that up. can scroll down to the relevant passage, please.
What page is that, Jesse?
I think it's on page 2, lines 3 through 8. This is where Ms. Daigle states the purpose of her testimony is to provide the consumer advocate's analysis of technical aspects of the GHG emissions analyses that will be submitted by Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua pursuant to Commission Order number 37852, further modified in Order number 37910, Issue 2, which states, what are the GHG emissions that would result from approving the amended PPA, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that the purpose of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And I take it from your prior statement that your educational background did not involve methodologies to quantify GHG emissions?
Objection. I think she answered that a couple of times already.
I'm just wondering about this specific issue. I think she said that she doesn't have any certifications in studying GHG generally, but I just want to make sure that with respect to some of the issues that are raised, she doesn't have any specialized education or experience in those issues.
Can I answer the question?
I do not.
Okay. And your educational and experience do not include GHG sequestration efforts?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. And did it specifically involve the CDM methodological tool?
No, it did not.
Did you study accepted international and national practices in quantifying GHG emissions?
At university?
Yes.
No, I did not.
In your role as a research analyst 5 at the Consumer Advocate, have you opined with respect to GHG analyses done for any other bioenergy or biomass projects?
No, I have not.
Now, in your colloquy with Mr. Stewart, I heard you raise a number of concerns with the ERM GHG analysis that I want to get into specifically, but did I understand your testimony that you do not have any concerns with respect to the avoided emissions analysis done by Ramble?
I do not have any concerns with the Ramble GHG analysis.
Okay, and you agree then that the Ramble avoided emissions analysis showed that by the Hu Honua project coming online, it would avoid 1.4 million GHG emissions over the life cycle of the project?
I think I need to clarify something. So the 3 different GHG analyses that are in this docket cover 3 very different scopes. When I am speaking towards the Ramble GHG analysis, I'm looking at the avoided fuel off of the Hawaii Electric Light System, and I'm not necessarily talking about the overall conclusion that Ramble then made by utilizing ERM's results.
Okay, so you do disagree then with the avoided emissions calculation in the Ramble report?
Can you restate that again?
I said, then you do disagree with the avoided emissions calculation in the Ramble report, and I'm talking about the updated report from November of 2021?
I do not disagree with the avoided emissions that were calculated based off of fossil fuels and biofuels from the HELCO system.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask that my co-counsel publish that updated Ramble report, and particularly the portion of the report that shows the summary calculation of avoided emissions. Okay. Now, specifically, Ms. Daigle, I'm talking about Ramble's conclusion in Table 2 that the avoided life cycle emissions with the project will be approximately 1,434,243. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you disagree with that?
Can you scroll down, please?
Sure.
Do you have the tables that this is based off of, the calculations?
Are you talking about ERM's calculations, or are you talking about Ramble's
I'm
calculations?
talking about Ramble's calculations. This is table, which table is this, please?
This is Table 2. I'm not sure which calculations you're referring to, so I'm hesitant to try to look for them.
What did you change? If you could give me a minute.
Sure, take your time.
And this is attachment 3A, or this is based off the tables in attachment 3A.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. No, I don't have a problem with this set of calculations.
Okay, so you do not disagree with Ramble's avoided life cycle calculation of at least 1,434,243 metric tons of avoided emissions. Is that correct?
I don't have I don't have any issues with what's being presented in table 2.
Okay. And the issues that you have raised, I want to make sure that I get these right. So if I understand your response to Mr. Stewart, your issues are not with the ERM methodology or calculations, but you are concerned that some of the assumptions may not actually come to pass. I know I didn't quote you.
So I am concerned with the assumptions, and the assumptions form the basis of the calculations.
Okay. Now, can you tell me exactly which assumptions that are giving you concern?
So I have some concerns with the below ground GHG emissions that would result from loss of biomass in the ground. They appear to be an overestimation, as is stated, I believe, in Hu Honua's testimony. I am also concerned about the source of the biomass after the supply that's currently available and secured is no longer available. So it depends, I guess, on the different production simulation that is done. There's 2 here. And then any attendant upstream transportation that would result from any type of biomass that would come from off Hawaii Island, because it does not appear to be in this particular report.
Okay.
And there are
want to
some
go
others,
through,
I believe, that I had identified in my testimony, and so I refer you to my testimony.
Okay, and we will go through in some detail your testimony, Ms. Daigle, so I do appreciate that. I do want to ask you, and we will go through specifically these areas of concern that you have stated. I do want to just touch base briefly on something that you just said. And this was with regard to the below ground biomass. You are concerned that ERM is overestimating emissions associated with below ground biomass. Did I understand that correctly?
In some places,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And you understand, though, that ERM employed a conservative methodology whereby it overcounted emissions? Do you
Can
understand that that was
you
part of it?
can you define that for me, please?
Yes. So by conservative, I mean that ERM overcounted the emissions. So for example, if there was a peer-reviewed number, they used the higher peer-reviewed number, or they used higher numbers than actual emission numbers. And I'm asking, is that what you were talking about with respect to your concern about an overestimation?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, can you please explain your overestimation concern to me then? I don't think I quite understand.
So I don't have the pinpoint citation at this moment. I would have to go back, and so this is subject to check.
Okay.
I believe in the ERM analysis, there was an assumption that was made that whenever a stand was harvested, that the ERM analysis considers all of the GHG that is contained in the tree, so the stand, and below ground in the root system to be instantly converted into GHG.
Right, and so that results in a higher emissions calculation, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and are you familiar with the commitments that Hu Honua has made in its docket around sequestration?
I am familiar with the fact that several commitments were made, yes.
Okay, so you understand that a result of overcounting emissions based on Hu Honua's commitments would result in an overcounting of sequestration. In other words, if you overcount the emissions, then Hu Honua needs to regrow more trees to sequester those emissions out of the atmosphere. Are you aware of that?
Hey, Chair, I want to object for a second. Witness Nishina did defer a lot of technical questions to Ms. Daigle, but he also did answer policy-related questions about greenhouse gases for quite a considerable amount of time. And the carbon commitment is essentially a policy-related question to GHG. And we'd argue it's out of scope of Ms. Daigle's testimony.
Here, I disagree. The commitment goes to sequestration, and it's an integral part of the GHG analysis. And to the extent that I defer these questions to Ms. Daigle and have not, didn't ask them of Mr. Nishina or want to get Ms. Daigle's opinion, I believe that they're entirely appropriate.
We'll allow the question, but I guess, again, Mr. Smith, keep it connected to her testimony, correct?
Yes, I'm trying to keep it connected to her testimony, Chair, and particularly her statement regarding overcounting of emissions. And then once I'm able to
Okay, which, I mean, she
address
did
that,
provide her answer to, and you agreed.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you asked her what the concern she had with the ERM analysis. She stated, or on the below ground overestimate, and to which you responded saying, the plan would address.
Right, and I'm just trying to tie that loop end, Chair, and then I'll move on. Okay, I feel like this is important. So I just want to go to this conservative calculation when it comes to overcounting the emissions. You recall our discussion on that before the objection was made, Ms. Daigle?
I recall we were discussing that.
Okay, and this is a question that I'm not sure if I got an answer to, but do you understand that as part of Hu Honua's commitment, by conservatively overestimating GHG emissions, that means Hu Honua has a greater sequestration commitment. In other words, it needs to grow more trees in order to sequester those greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. Are you aware of that?
So again, I am aware of the commitments that were stated in Hu Honua's testimony. If I may, my concerns with overestimation has more to do with whether or not this is going to be accurate.
Okay, but you do agree then that it is a good thing that Hu Honua would be growing more trees, whether regrowing their commercial eucalyptus trees or growing native trees in order to sequester that greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere. In other words, you don't have an issue with Hu Honua's sequestration calculations, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain what those are?
So I believe I stated this in my testimony that, or actually, I'm sorry. I think I'm misspeaking a little. My understanding of the sequestration is that Hu Honua is intending to regrow trees after planting, after harvesting. Am I correct with that understanding?
That's not quite my
terms of-
understanding, Ms. Daigle. So my understanding is there are two parts to the sequestration commitment. One is regrowing the commercial eucalyptus trees to be harvested, and to the extent that those trees can't be regrown or additional trees are needed to meet the sequestration commitment, then Hu Honua is also committed to regrowing native trees and other trees on White Island and elsewhere.
I just want to check, Jesse, is all of that already in record, already in evidence?
I believe so, Mickey. I mean, Mr. Knox. He asked me
We
for
see
more clarification.
there is an exhibit. Can you speak off the exhibit?
I will be getting to the exhibits, Chair. So let me just move on. If so, we can, I want to keep this going. So if I skip to my exhibit, then I think it will slow us down. So with the Chair's permission, I'd like to move on and keep going. At this time, I'm going to ask that my co-counsel share the consumer advocate's statement of position. I believe it was filed on December 28th, but just so I don't get the filing date wrong, I'll ask. Could you go to the top of the document so we can get the filing date, please? December 28th, 2021. Ms. Daigle, are you familiar with this document?
Is this the errata document?
This is the statement of position.
Jesse, is this the one filed on December 28th?
Yes, it is. Okay. I'm going to ask that okay. Just so we have it up, I just want to ask you some general questions and just to make sure that I understand what some of the consumer advocates' positions are. But before we get to that, did you assist in the content of this document?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically as it relates to ERM's GHG calculation?
I assisted in the technical aspects of the GHG analyses.
Okay. And you went over some of the concerns that you had, and I believe that those concerns are stated in this document. One of the concerns, as I understand it, related to upstream greenhouse gas emissions related to cultivation, harvesting, and transportation for the biomass feedstock?
Yes.
Okay. Can you expound a little bit on that concern?
Sure. So the upstream GHG emissions relating to the cultivation, harvesting, and transportation, part of this has to do with where the biomass is going to be sourced, whether it'll be on island or not. And so if there's any after the exhaustion of what Hu Honua, any biomass after the exhaustion of what Hu Honua has, if it's brought in from a different location, then I would have some concerns of where it's coming from. So there would be GHG that's related to the harvesting and the transportation of that biomass into Hawaii Island. In addition, the biomass, if it's being transported in, would be grown in a different climatic environment, potentially. And so at this point, it's uncertain if the GHG emission factors associated with those climates would need to be updated. I'm also not clear on the type of biomass that would be harvested as well. And so if it's a different type other than what's assumed in the ERM GHG analysis, which is the E grandis, then I would assume that would also need to be updated as well. And so there's uncertainty there.
Okay, so let me understand this concern a little bit more. You are aware, though, that Hu Honua has up to 9 years of feedstock, Eucalyptus grandis, now. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that has been stated in this docket.
Okay. And are you aware that it's been stated in this docket that Hu Honua plans to obtain leases or licenses for feedstock for the entire term of the power purchase agreement, but first needs a non-appealable agreement to do that? Did you hear that testimony?
I have heard that Hu Honua plans to, yes.
Okay. And in any event, this concern only arises if Hu Honua runs out of feedstock and has to import it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk a little bit about importing feedstock and how it relates to Hu Honua's commitment. Again, so Hu Honua, as we were talking about before, is committed to growing more trees than it uses for its facility in order to sequester more carbon and be 30,000 metric tons carbon negative by the end of the project. And you understand that that's the commitment that's being made, right?
I understand that Hu Honua has stated that in this docket.
Okay, thank you. And that commitment means if Hu Honua does not regrow the Eucalyptus grandis that it plans to use and which it can use for its boiler, then has to import the feedstock, that would create more emissions and less sequestration, right, in the scenario that you're talking about?
I'm not sure I can say if it would create more emissions. It has more to do with looking at the analysis that would be done afterwards.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to get at is if those trees are not regrown, then Hu Honua cannot use those trees as part of its sequestration commitment, true?
I would have to go in and recheck the carbon calculator to say anything towards that.
Okay, and again, and I believe this was one of your criticisms of the ERM report or methodology, if Hu Honua imports its fuel, then it needs to account and will account for those emissions from transportation that you're talking about. Do you understand that that's how the ERM calculator works?
I understand that there are parts in the calculation that may take that into consideration.
Right. And so now, not only does Hu Honua not get a credit for those eucalyptus trees that it would otherwise regrow, but it has to grow more trees to account for the extra emissions that you're talking about related to transportation. So how would this ever be in Hu Honua's financial interest to do this?
So
Objection. See, objection, you're asking her to speak for Hu Honua.
Can you restate the question, please?
Sure.
Not sure how that ties to her testimony.
Well, sure. Let me restate the question. So, Ms. Daigle, you have indicated that one of the major concerns that you have with the ERM calculation relates to its feedstock and the potential for having to import feedstock. And what I'm trying to see is if you understand how remote of a concern that actually is. So do you agree then that Hu Honua, it would not be in Hu Honua's financial interest based on the commitments that it has made in this docket to import feedstock?
I renew the objection. You're asking her to get inside Hu Honua's head and make business decisions for them. She's not a witness for Hu Honua. She's a witness for the consumer advocate.
Chair, I'm just asking if this concern that she has, if she believes, the probability or the likelihood of this concern actually ever happening is low, and I'm just trying to get her to acknowledge that.
No, I think that's right. I would agree with that, but then you keep asking her to have to answer on the financial interest of this company. So I think if you were to keep it focused on that, then please proceed. Probability of that circumstance.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. You do understand, Ms. Daigle, though, that this is a very, very remote possibility, given Hu Honua's commitments, that it would ever have to import feedstock?
I'm not sure that that has been established.
Okay, and you do understand that Hu Honua has testified that it would only be importing feedstock in an emergency situation, right?
I believe that has been stated in some of the testimony.
Okay, and you heard the testimony of Warren Lee earlier this week, where he said one such emergency situation might be if there were wildfires that took out these commercial forests on Hawaii Island. You recall that testimony? And I'm paraphrasing.
I'm not prepared to speak towards what constitutes an emergency situation in terms of how Hu Honua is defining it.
Okay, but were you listening to that testimony of Warren Lee or not?
I have been listening to the testimonies.
And do
in
you
this
recall
docket.
that? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak over you. And do you recall Mr. Lee's testimony regarding emergency situations? I believe it was in response to a question that was asked by your counsel or the Consumer Advocates Council.
I recall emergency situations coming up as a topic of discussion.
Okay, but you don't recall the testimony regarding wildfires?
I would have to go back and review the testimony.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but you would agree that wildfires on Hawaii Island, it would be very, very highly unusual for that to happen, right?
I'm not an expert on looking at wildfires and the potential for those types of situations for Hawaii Island.
Fair enough. Chair, I see that it's 12 o'clock. I probably have another hour or so with this witness.
Okay, thank you. Let's go into recess for lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll start in about another minute. Okay, Ms. Daigle, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Smith? Or, Mr. Knox?
I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay. Calling hearing back to order. We will resume the cross-examination of witness Daigle by by Hu Honua. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Daigle. Do you recall that prior to the lunch, we had some discussion regarding Hu Honua's feedstock supply?
Yes, I do.
And I believe your counsel had asked me to show you a document. So I'm going to refer you to CA IR 60. This is in response to, it should be Hu Honua CA IR 60. And this was filed on October 21, 2021. And my co-counsel will be sharing his screen. So
Okay.
give us 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. So this IR asks about concerns raised by the consumer advocate regarding the fuel sales purchase agreement with CN Renewable Resources. Can you, and if you need a moment to refresh your recollection, can you tell me what the concern that the consumer advocate has regarding the fuel sales purchase agreement with CN Renewable Resources?
Sure. Just give me a moment to
Sure.
reread this.
Take your time, and if you need us to scroll up or down, just please let us know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you rephrase your question again for me?
Yes. So let me try to restate my question. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what the consumer advocate's concern is with the fuel sales purchase agreement with CN Renewable Resources.
Is it okay if I read a portion of my response here?
Sure, if that would help.
Sure. It says, I say, without a condition or a similar term in the fuel sales and purchase agreement with fuel supplier CN Renewable Resources that stipulates the biomass feedstock will be sourced from plantations on Hawaii Island or within the state of Hawaii. The consumer advocate is unable to determine if these sources of biomass feedstock do not need to be included in Hu Honua's GHG emissions model.
Okay. And when you wrote this response, did the consumer advocate have the leases that Hu Honua has produced as part of this docket with landowners that show that it has feedstock for up to 9 years? Or was that before?
But by leases, can you identify the specific leases, please, that you're referring to?
I'm referring to the leases on the Pahala, Parker, and Hamakua plantations. Those contracts that you referenced concern about it.
I believe that
I'm
those are in the
having
docket.
trouble hearing.
Trouble hearing me? Okay, let me try to.
Oh, sorry. It's better now. Can you repeat? I think she asked you for a clarification.
Sure. My question is, at the time that you raised this concern, did the consumer advocate have the leases with the landowners for the Pahala, Parker, and Hamakua plantations that Hu Honua has produced in this case?
If the leases were filed in the docket, then yes.
Okay, but my question is, did you have them before or after that you answered this? And if you don't recall, that's fine.
I'd have to go back and check to see when they were filed.
Okay, so subject to check, you can't recall.
Subject to check.
Okay. Are you aware that under the amended and restated power purchase agreement with Hawaiian Electric Light, Hu Honua is only required to have 37 days of feedstock?
Yes, I am.
And that despite this requirement, Hu Honua has already secured at least 9 years of biomass feedstock on Hawaii Island, significantly exceeding any requirement under the amended and restated PPA?
Can I ask you to repeat that again for me, please?
Sure. And despite the requirement in the amended and restated power purchase agreement that Hu Honua is only required to have 37 days of fuel or feedstock,
Mm-hmm.
do you agree that this significantly exceeds the requirements for feedstock, the leases that Hu Honua has for the Pahala, Parker, and Hamakua plantations?
So I believe my response to this IR wasn't necessarily connected to those 3 specific plantation leases. It had more to do with the terms within the fuel sales and purchase agreement with the fuel supplier, CN Renewable Resources. So I'd just like to offer that clarification.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'm going to ask that my co-counsel again publish your IR response.
Sure.
The one that we were just looking at. So this would be Hu Honua CAIR 6. Okay, scroll down, please.
Sorry, what is the date for this document?
The date is October 21st, 2021. You could scroll down, please. Keep scrolling, thanks. Okay, and we already discussed the emergency situations, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and you're aware that Hu Honua has paid in advance pursuant to the leases to ensure that it has a surplus of local feedstock for up to 9 years, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I'd like my co-counsel to reference the testimony of Warren Lee. This was, I believe, in response to CA Hu Honua IR 124D filed October 21, 2021. Just one moment, Ms. Daigle, while my co-counsel pulls that up. So this is Mr. Lee's response to the CA's concern that we were just talking about. Is this something that you have reviewed as part of this docket?
I have reviewed many of the filings in this docket to prepare my testimony.
Okay.
So I can't recall at this time when I reviewed this particular docket, this particular document.
Okay, and I'm not asking for you to recall exactly when you produced it. I'm just saying, were you aware of this testimony?
I don't have a photographic memory, so when you say it in the, verbally say it in the hearing, it's not something that I can immediately go to.
I understand, and I should have explain that this is not a memory test, and if you don't remember, that's a fine answer. I'm not asking you to memorize the dates or times or when you looked at this. I'm just asking that, did you have a general awareness when the CA expressed this concern that Hu Honua had up to 9 years of feedstock, despite the requirements of the power purchase agreement for 37 days?
Jesse, what was the filing date for this response?
1 second, please. This would be October 21st, 2021.
The same filing date as her response that you showed before? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to please repeat your question again?
My question is, and I think that your counsel just gave a clarification, but when you provided that response to the IR that we were just looking at that expressed concern with the feedstock supply, were you aware of this testimony by Mr. Lee?
If they were filed on the same day, then no.
Okay, so does this address that concern then about feedstock supply?
It doesn't address a time period for me to tie that into the ERM calculations and modeling. So it's ambiguous.
Okay, so it's your position then that unless Hu Honua has secured 30 years of feedstock, you cannot support the calculation. Is that right? So in other words, unless there's feedstock secured for the entire term of the power purchase agreement, then you will maintain your objection to the ERM report based on feedstock supply. I'm sorry.
So I'd like to refer you back actually to my response that you just showed, which is my response to IR 60.
Okay, we're gonna republish. 1 second.
And I
One second, Ms. Daigle, while we pull it up. Okay. Can you show us where you're referring to so everybody can follow along?
So if you look at, please go down just a little bit. Yep. So again, it's what I had read previously, which is that without a condition or similar term in the fuel sales and purchase agreement with the fuel supplier CN Renewable Resources that stipulates the biomass feedstock will be sourced from plantations on Hawaii Island or within the state of Hawaii.
Okay, so your criticism then, and I apologize if I misunderstood your criticism, is not that Hu Honua has not secured 30 years of feedstock. It's that this particular agreement is, in your view, missing a required term that obligates Hu Honua to only source locally on Hawaii Island. Is that a fair summary of your statement?
You might be able to say that, yeah.
Okay, good. I want to ask you one more question about this, and then we'll move on to a different IR response. Are you aware that as part of this docket, and I believe in Mr. Lee's testimony from the other day, he has stated that Hu Honua is committed to first sourcing its feedstock on Hawaii Island and is in talks about securing that feedstock for the entire term of the power purchase agreement. But if he is unable to secure it on Hawaii Island, he would next try to secure feedstock somewhere in the state of Hawaii. And it's only in the very, very unlikely situation that Hu Honua was not able to secure that feedstock, and I'm talking about the commercial eucalyptus grandis, that they would go out of state to secure that feedstock. Does that address the concern of the consumer advocate with respect to the feedstock supply?
In terms of GHG?
In terms of your concern with this report, the ERM report.
So I have to reframe a little bit what I'm saying here. I am looking at the GHG analysis, and I am trying to determine if the modeling that's in the ERM GHG analysis is reasonable based off of the filings provided by Hu Honua. And that has to do with the source of the biomass fuel supply, because it is right now all modeled to be coming from Hawaii Island and not from another location in the state of Hawaii or other locations outside of the state of Hawaii. So therefore, if they are coming, if the biomass feedstock is going to be sourced from a location that is not on Hawaii Island, then there would need to be additional accounting for those for upstream emissions related to the transportation and cultivation of or the cultivation and harvesting, I'm sorry, of that feedstock, taking into consideration the different climatic differences of where the feedstock is being grown, the genus or tree species. And it would also need to take into consideration the emissions that would come from importing the feedstock into Hawaii Island and then transporting that from the location of import to the Hu Honua facility.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Nishina.
Sure.
Do you believe that it's fair and reasonable to require Hu Honua to have feedstock supply for the 30-year term of the power purchase agreement before it has a non-appealable approved PPA? Do you believe that that is a reasonable condition?
Objection. That's a policy question that's pretty far outside the scope of her testimony.
Mr. Smith, I'm not, where is that, where has she stated that in her testimony?
Chair, she just stated that she did not believe that ERM's assumption was reasonable, and I'm merely asking if she believes that this condition is reasonable.
Not,
She's
that's what she said either. Yeah.
She testified about the GHG analysis and the way that it's calculated. Your question is asking about whether or not they can actually bring it in or not.
Okay, so
you're
either restate.
Okay. I will move on then. Let me ask you a different question. Are you aware of, and I just want to make sure that I have the site for this if we need this. Okay, and this is, I'm specifically referring to, and if we have to, I'll have my co-counsel bring it up, but I'm specifically referring to Hu Honua IR, I'm sorry, CA Hu Honua IR 35B4. And I'll
if you could bring that up, yeah.
Sure.
And if you could give me time to find it on my end too, I would appreciate that.
Of course.
This is a IR that we asked to Hu Honua.
Yes, that's right. Can you pull that up? B4.
Can I have the filing date, please?
Sure, October 21, 2021. And my co-counsel is pulling it up right now.
Jesse, are you going to need to take us in camera to discuss this?
I believe the confidential information is blacked out, so I'm going to not, and that's why I didn't want to talk too much about those leases. So I'm going to try to do this without having to do an in-camera discussion. Okay, so I'm specifically looking at the consumer advocate's response, or no, I'm sorry, Hu Honua's response to be 4. Yeah. And this is in response to the concern that we were just talking about. And I believe that your concern that Hu Honua would not be accounting for feedstock that's not grown on Hawaii Island. So if you could take a minute to review 4. While you do that, I'll read it. And I just want to, and then I'll ask you a question. So Hu Honua responds, and David Weber is one of the sponsors of this response, that the GHG analysis will not be impacted under the situation that you discussed because the GHG analysis includes a blank carbon calculator in Table 1. Have you reviewed the carbon calculator in Table 1 of the GHG analysis?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So when the actual harvesting and growth is performed and measured, it will be entered and tracked annually. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes, I do.
So ERM states that regardless of where the biomass is harvested or grown, Hu Honua will measure the biomass stock changes and then plant, grow, or offset to ensure that the project will be 30,000 tons carbon negative cumulatively over the term of the amended and restated power purchase agreement. My question is, does that address the consumer advocate's concern? That the calculations would not be updated?
I'm sorry, are you not going to be updating calculations?
No, it's stated right here that the calculations will be updated, and I'm asking you if that addresses your concern.
So part of what I was doing when I was looking at the ERM GHG emissions analysis was to cross-reference against available project-specific data on the biomass that Hu Honua has already secured, and to try to assess the reasonability of that specific project-specific data, which is in a restricted file, has been incorporated and considered in the model that was filed in this docket as the qualitative assessment is Exhibit 401, and the quantitative Excels are Exhibit 402, I believe.
Okay.
And for me to give any more specific information on the reason why I had asked that question, we would have to go into in camera.
Okay,
to
and
pull
I
up
don't,
that
I'm
document.
not, I don't want to go in camera. I know that the commission has a preference to keep this public. And I'm not, not asking about the reasons why you wrote the question. All I want to know is that, does the blank carbon calculator included in Table 1 of ERM greenhouse gas analysis address that concern?
So my
Sure.
concern is, I'm sorry.
So Jesse, just want to make sure the question's clear to the witness. Are you asking if updates to the model done later after the facility is in operation would address her concerns here during this proceeding?
I don't believe that's what I was asking at all, actually. I believe that the methodology, what I'm trying to get at is the methodology employed by ERM specifically addresses the CA's concern by accounting for actual emissions on an annual basis. And I believe that, and I'm not saying that it addresses all of your concerns, Ms. Daigle, but I'm just trying to find out if it addresses that specific concern that you raised regarding actual calculations and assumptions. And if not, why not?
So at this point in time, what I had available to assess was a model, and I try to assess the reasonableness based off of the available information that Hu Honua has provided in the docket. And this is specifically referencing to the biomass fuel supply. And so I have to go off of the restrictions or the concessions in those documents to see if it's accurately reflected in the model. And it's difficult for me to say if emissions that would be measured after an approval of the ANR PPA would satisfy the reasonableness of it right now for my consideration.
Okay. Would it help you to look at the blank carbon calculator in table 1? Would that help to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. And while my co-counsel is pointing that out, you know, this isn't a memory test. I understand that, you know, it's a proceeding. So when you raise certain concerns, after that there were IR responses and other information that was provided. And just so you know, all I'm trying to get at is, now that you've seen that information, does that at least help address your concerns? Not to criticize those concerns, but just to see if it addresses those concerns. So that's really what I'm trying to get at. Okay, can you go to the carbon calculator in table 1?
Can I confirm if this is the most recent carbon calculator that was filed in response to a PUCIR? Or is this the one that was submitted with testimony?
I think this is the most recent. It says on the bottom, PUC Helco IR 17. So if that's what you're referring to, yep, November 22nd, 2021. This is the most recent one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, Ms. Daigle, are you able, I know it's a little bit small and I'm not going to ask you any specific questions about the numbers, but if you want, they can be blown up. What I want to know, as I stated before, does this carbon calculator included in the ERM greenhouse gas analysis, the updated one, does this address your concern that you had raised earlier in the docket that actual emissions would not be counted and accounted for properly?
So for me, this addresses that Hu Honua intends to measure the GHG emissions after once they occur.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Daigle. Okay, we already talked about the 6 to 9 year, up to 9 year biomass inventory, but I do want to show you just briefly HHBCA SIR November 18, 2021 was the filing date, and this is 19A, and we'll pull that up. And while we're pulling that up, would this be, did you review all of the IR responses in this docket?
All the IR responses that were filed?
Yeah, that was a very, very broad question. So I will object to my own question as overbroad and rephrase it. There's been a lot of filings in this docket. I apologize. Let him pull it up, and then I'll ask if this is something that you would review. Okay. So I'm specifically looking at right now 19A. Okay.
Hmm.
So I want you can take a minute to review and read it. Please let my co-counsel know, or let us know if you want us to scroll down.
Jesse, is there any part of the response to 19A that she should focus on, or just the whole response?
So I'm going to be asking her questions about any remaining concerns that she might have. So it could encompass, other concerns regarding upstream GHG emissions and the like. So I'd prefer if you read the whole thing. I won't be asking you detailed questions or memory test questions.
So just to clarify, you would like me to read the entire response to this full IR in all subparts?
Oh no, just A, please. Subpart A. Can you please scroll down?
Can you scroll down some more, please? Can you scroll down some more, please? Okay, please scroll down some more. Okay, please continue. Okay, please continue.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you to
Yeah.
look at B.
Okay.
Okay. Was this one of the IR responses that you authored or sponsored?
I believe I was listed as a sponsor.
Okay. Okay. So go back to the top of A, please, and let's just run through. I want to make sure that we've addressed all of the consumer advocate concerns. Okay. Do you see where you write that the consumer advocate appreciates the information provided to date, but still has concerns regarding the quantification of life cycle and operational GHG emissions?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you've now had a chance to review the IR. Can you tell us what those concerns are?
I believe I state them here in almost a list format.
Okay.
Number one, you can see that if you scroll through.
No, I see it. So number one is upstream GHG emissions related to cultivation, harvesting, and transportation for the biomass feedstock. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I think I've already discussed that a couple of times. It has a lot to do with where the biomass will be sourced.
Okay, but this goes back to the carbon calculator and part of the methodology being that ERM will account for the biomass wherever it's sourced. So does that address this concern?
So again, part of my scope in this docket is to look at the calculations and methodologies that ERM used to produce to conduct the GHG analysis and to determine whether or not they are reasonable based off of the other information that Hu Honua has provided in the docket as part of this proceeding. And right now, I understand that Hu Honua has secured 7 to 9 years of biomass feedstock, and then after that, it's unclear where the biomass feedstock is going to be sourced from, and therefore it is unclear about any of the upstream GHG emissions that would be related to the cultivation, harvesting, and transportation of that additional feedstock beyond the 7 to 9 years.
Okay, so my first question though is, why does the carbon calculator not address that specific concern that you just detailed?
It is assuming that everything is going to be sourced from Hawaii Island, and that is not clear based off of the contract with CN Renewable Resources.
Okay, but we can go look at it again, but you do agree though, I thought, that the carbon calculator allows Hu Honua to account for GHG emissions wherever the fuel supply is sourced.
That's after they occur.
Right, but you agree that that's what the carbon calculator does, correct?
It is the carbon calculator, in my understanding, is meant to be an accounting of the GHG emissions related to Hu Honua's operations once Hu Honua is operating.
Right, and you understand that as part of the calculations, it will account for all GHG emissions associated with cultivation, harvesting, and transportation of biomass feedstock, right?
Objection. We're going over this several times. She's answered about the timing of when she gets information to verify the model.
Mr. Smith, this has been asked. We've been through this a number of rounds now.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what's new.
Okay, well, I'll try to go quickly. I guess, Chair, she said that she has concerns, and I don't think that I've got an answer of what exactly the concern is given the calculator, but given that statement, we'll move on. Okay, can you scroll down a little bit, please? I want to make sure if there's anything in here that we did not cover yet. Okay, keep going down. Okay, all right. I don't believe that we have talked about negotiations, Hu Honua's negotiations between multiple landowners regarding feedstock supply, right?
I don't believe I've spoken about that with you specifically.
Okay, so what is your concern about these negotiations with the landowners?
It has to do with tying the biomass feedstock into Hawaii Island as is assumed in the ERM GHG analysis.
Okay. Are you making a comment or critique one way or the other whether Hu Honua, in order to get approval for its project, should have contracts with all of these landowners for the entire term of the PPA?
Objection. You've asked this question like 2 or 3 times.
Is the answer yes or no? I'm not sure.
Well, the last time that you asked it, in addition to it being repetitive, we also established that this was really outside the scope of her testimony.
This
It was a policy question.
I'm sorry, but isn't this the IR that she sponsored? So are we not supposed to be asking her about those IRs either?
I'm not sure you're asking
Does this,
relevant. I mean, it's not, you asked a different question than what's on here.
yeah, is there something in this IR about a guarantee for 30 years of?
Okay, okay, let me rephrase the question.
I mean, the IR is about the second concern.
It's about the negotiations between multiple landowners that are ongoing. What specifically is your concern regarding these ongoing negotiations, Ms. Daigle?
I'm concerned about whether or not Hu Honua can support whether or not all of the biomass feedstock, as is assumed in the ERM GHG analysis and calculator, will be sourced from Hawaii Island. And therefore, if they will not be sourced from Hawaii Island because there's no potential for the contracts, then are we sufficiently accounting for potential GHG emissions that would result from sourcing biomass from a place outside of Hawaii Island?
Okay, so we've talked about table 1, we've talked about the up to 9 years of feedstock. What more, in your mind, could Hu Honua do to address this concern?
So I would like to refer you back to my response let me see, I believe it is response to HHB CAIR 60. That was filed on October 21st, 2021.
Okay.
This is A, and I will read it to you if you would
Sure.
like again.
Okay.
Let's see. So I think this is, sorry. Hold on just a second, please. I want to make sure I'm referencing to the IR in which I'm discussing the CN renewable resources. I also make this reference in the pre-hearing statement of position, which is also in the supplemental response.
Okay, Ms. Ding, I appreciate that you have provided testimony and responses. If you could just tell us what those are, that would be helpful. And if you need to refer to it and look at it, but just if you could just explain to me what your response.
I can explain to you. Currently, CN Renewable Resources does not have anything that I'm aware of in the agreement with Hu Honua that ties the sourcing of the biomass specifically to any location at all. This includes Hawaii Island, the state of Hawaii, any place on the mainland or internationally.
Okay, so what about those 3 plantations on the Big Island that we were talking about before? I want to make sure that I get these right. That would be the Pahala, Parker, and Hamakua plantations where they have been up to 9 years of feedstock?
Mm-hmm. What is your question on them?
You said that Hu Honua had not provided any evidence of locally sourced feedstock, I thought.
I don't remember saying they have not provided any evidence.
Okay, so you didn't say that.
I didn't say
must have
any
missed it.
evidence.
Well, what did you say? I'm sorry, I mistook your statement.
Well, the CN renewal, the fuel sales agreement with CN Renewable Resources is not directly with those plantations, is my understanding.
Okay, but you do, I don't want to belabor the point, but you do acknowledge the up to 9 years of feedstock at those plantations, right? And are you aware of any other feedstock or licenses or lease agreements for feedstock outside of the County of Hawaii?
I'm not aware of any other licenses or harvest agreements for feedstock except for those for those 3 plantations, which I've acknowledged is between 7 to 9 years. And I believe that is also in my IR responses and also in the testimony.
Okay, and that's on Hawaii Island. Those are on Hawaii Island.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. Do these concerns that you have raised regarding feedstock supply, do those impact the 30,000 metric ton carbon negative commitment that Hu Honua is making? In other words, even if those concerns arise, would this impact Hu Honua's commitment that the project would be 30,000 pounds carbon negative?
I don't believe I comment on that specific commitment.
Have you expressed concern regarding a lack of a defined silviculture plan?
I believe that there are IRs in the docket that have made requests for a silviculture plan for the plantations.
Okay, and do you know if such a silviculture plan exists?
Am I aware?
Yes. Do you know whether? Do you know if? Do you know if Hu Honua
I
has-
personally am not aware if there's a silviculture plan. No.
Okay, and can you explain the consumer advocate's concern as it relates to a defined silviculture plan?
So the silviculture plan, in my understanding, is that this would help. This is a plan that would allow or give a detailed plan of how the forester will go in and maintain the forest and help with cultivation. So it's a guide for the cultivation practices of these managed plantations. And as such, it would have information related to fertilizers, which stands would be cut, and other types of managed forestry practices.
And how is that? I'm sorry. How is that related to your critique of the ERM greenhouse gas analysis, or is it something different?
So the silviculture plans would constitute a project-specific set of data that I would be able to take a look at and see if if those project-specific inputs have been utilized in making the ERM report. The ERM report has, through the CDM methodological tool, emission factors for fertilizers, but it is just a broad emission factor based off of climate. And I'm trying to see if we can tie it more specifically to the specific fertilizers that would be utilized so that we can be as specific as possible with this project.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to draw your attention and have my co-counsel share Hu Honua SIR 29A1, and this was filed November 18th, 2021.
Are you going to be bringing that up?
Yeah, just give us 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm specifically want you to focus your attention on
sure.
the response to
yeah.
D. B, please.
B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. It should be, here we go. So this is specifically addressing your concern about fertilizers and the impact on the GHG analysis. Once you've read the highlighted blue part, let us know when you want us to scroll down so you can read the rest of them.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And can you scroll back up to the top? Okay. So did you review this testimony from Hu Honua?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you understand that Hu Honua has provided a list of fertilizers that will be used or that are anticipated to be used?
It says here that a list of fertilizers was not used to do the GHG fertilizer emissions in the project GHG analysis for the Hu Honua Bioenergy project.
Okay. Can you, if you're going to read, can you also read that second sentence right there, please? That starts for calculation.
Calculations for the GHG emissions from the fertilizer were developed by using the CDM methodological tool, project, and leakage emissions from biomass. Do you want me to read
Nope,
off?
Nope,
No.
start right there, thanks. Stop right there, thanks.
Okay, okay.
So do you understand then that Hu Honua and ERM use the CDM methodological tool to assess fertilizers used for the project? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of the CDM methodological tool, Hu Honua used either actual data that was available from the project or peer-reviewed data. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the fertilizer use, they used peer-reviewed data to calculate the fertilizer. Does that address this concern?
So this is subject to check, and I would have to go back in and look at the calculator and look at the assessment that was provided, and then also pull up the CDM methodological tool and its supporting documentation. But I believe that there is only 4 general categories, and that fertilizers are encompassed within one of those 4 general categories, one of which is tropical wet soil.
Okay.
And so that's a very broad category. And it's the list of fertilizers would provide more specificity to this specific project.
Okay. Are you aware whether Hu Honua has ever provided a list of fertilizers?
I believe there was a list that was provided in response to a PUC IR, but I don't remember the specific IR, and they are not included in the CDM methodological tool.
Okay, I'm going to ask that my co-counsel bring up PUC Hu Honua IR 29.
Jesse, what's the date on that?
1 second, please. That's November 18th, 2021.
Thank you.
Just 1 second while he pulls it up. Okay, is this the testimony that you're referring to, Ms. Daigle?
Yes, there's just a small short list, but it does not provide any supplemental information, nor has this been included or incorporated into the CDM methodological tool, as far as I can tell. And if I'm mistaken, then I would love a citation.
Okay, well, that's your lot to unpack there. So let's try to unpack this one at a time. So where were you looking at specifically, the list of
Without
fertilizers?
waiving the foregoing objection, Hu
Okay.
Honua responds as follows. Hu Honua plans to use 10-30-10 fertilizer with micronutrients.
Okay. And one of the concerns that the consumer advocate had was a lack of a defined silviculture plan that included fertilizer usage. Does that satisfy the consumer advocate's concern?
I see here that there's a plan to use this fertilizer. It is not incorporated in the methodological tool, and the methodological tool still utilizes the general.
Okay, and I want to get to that criticism in a moment. The peer review data versus the project specific data. But a silviculture plan is also a plan, right? It's not actual data, it's a plan, right?
Can you be a little bit more specific with that, Jesse?
Well,
just-
the witness had commented that she sees that Hu Honua plans to use this, and I'm just confirming that that's the same as a silviculture plan, at least as it relates to fertilizer.
So a plan in the case of a silviculture plan would have been vetted through your forester and after a process of going out and reviewing the land, reviewing the plantations and what was necessary and or not necessary to utilize in process of maintaining these plantations.
Okay, I think we're
And
talking
so
about
that type of a plan may be a little bit different because it's gone through a much longer vetting process and has been supported with additional firsthand knowledge and scientific data to back it up for choosing and selecting the fertilizers and the other elements of the plan so that it is you can execute the plan.
Okay, so your
I think
criticism,
it's a little
I'm sorry.
different.
Okay, and I wasn't trying to get you to compare this statement with an entire silviculture plan. What I was
Yeah.
trying to get you to comment on was this requirement in a silviculture plan regarding fertilizer. And my understanding of your testimony just now is that you don't believe that it is based in science. Is that right? Because it wasn't.
No.
Objection, mischaracterizing.
All right, can you just explain that part of your testimony when you were talking about the fertilizer and how it needs to be vetted?
A silviculture plan is a much more detailed document.
Okay, but I'm specifically talking about the information that would be included in this silviculture plan about fertilizer.
So I'm not sure what your forester would provide in that plan. I would need to see it.
Okay, and then you also had mentioned that it's not incorporated into the ERM analysis. Is that one of your criticisms? Is that they're using peer-reviewed data instead of this actual data?
If project-specific data is available, I think that would be that would be good to use in an assessment of a project-specific GHG emissions analysis.
Okay, so can you point me to any specific site that says when project data is available, you should use that instead of peer review data or in place of peer review data? Do you have a site for that?
Mr. Smith, you're asking her about her concerns. Where is this in her testimony? You've wandered way afield here.
Well, her concern is that, as I understand it, Chair, her concern is that they use peer-reviewed numbers with respect to the fertilizer instead of actual project data. And all I'm trying to
And I believe
confirm,
she's continued to tell you what her concerns are with what you provided.
okay, and the only question that I'm trying to ask, and I will move on if you don't believe it's appropriate, but the only question that I'm trying to ask is whether that's based on peer-reviewed literature or methodology. And if not, then I'll move on, or I'll move on anyway. Want me to move on?
Ms.
Are
Daigle, can you answer his last question?
Thank you.
Whoops.
I'm sorry, I need it to be repeated, please. I don't.
Let me try to rephrase it then. So you have stated a concern that instead of using actual project data, Hu Honua is using peer-reviewed data for the fertilizer. So I'm only talking about fertilizer. And I am asking if that is based on any scientific literature or accepted methodology that, when available, project-specific data should be used over peer-reviewed data.
I believe that's in a PUC order.
Okay, and is there a PUC order that you can refer me to?
I would have to go back and reference. I don't have that memorized.
Okay,
I'm
are you
sorry.
referencing a PUC order in this docket or in another docket?
I think that's in every docket that has GHG emissions analyses, that project-specific data is preferred over peer-reviewed data. But peer-reviewed data is an acceptable proxy in the absence of project-specific. It seems, based off of this this testimony right now and the questions, that there is available project-specific data from Hu Honua, but it has not been incorporated in the ERM GHG analysis of the project.
Okay, and that's because ERM uses a methodological tool called the CDM. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that Hu Honua and ERM are utilizing the CDM methodological tool. I am also aware that the CDM methodological tool has been updated with more or closer, more relevant peer-reviewed project-specific data. For example, the growth rates for the eucalyptus trees.
Okay, and what do you know what the growth rates for the eucalyptus trees are?
I don't off the top of my head, no.
Okay, okay. Are you aware that as part of its analysis that ERM has also said that it would use any other preferred methodology, including one proposed by the consumer advocate or proposed by the commission? And specifically as it relates to fertilizer, that it believes that that would result in a lower emissions number?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
Can you give her a site, Jesse? Is there something filed in the docket?
Yeah, hold on one second, please. Okay. I think it comes up later in my outline, so I'm just going to keep going and we'll come back to that if necessary.
Mr. Chair, is it time for a break? We've been going for about an hour.
Ms. Daigle, would you like a break?
Sure.
Mr. Smith, is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's come back at 2:15. Thank you. Ms. Daigle, you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Smith,
Mhm.
Mr. Knox?
Yeah.
See, okay.
Okay.
Calling hearing back to order. You can proceed, Mr. Smith.
Actually, I'd like to supplement a response of mine if I can about the citation for project-specific data. This was order number 36382 filed in this docket on pages 10 and 11. The commission sets out and states that the commission encourages Hu Honua to provide as much project-specific data as possible. Thank you.
Did you get the citation, Mr. Smith?
I didn't. I was having an audio issue. Could we get that citation again? I apologize.
Sure, it's order number 36382. And this is on pages 10 through 11. And the relevant text I'd like to quote to you is
Sure.
the commission encourages Hu Honua to provide as much project-specific data as possible.
Okay, no, and I do appreciate that. Ms. Daigle, thank you for taking the time to do that over the break.
Of course.
I did want to go back to the fertilizer and then talk
Sure.
about preferred methodologies for a second. So
Sure.
if my co-counsel could publish. So this is the same IR response that we were looking at before. PUC Hu and IR 29, but I'd like to go down to E, which talks about the fertilization schedule. Okay. So in E, it says, Hu Honua anticipates using approximately 4 ounces of 10-30-10 fertilizer per year. That was the number that we're just looking at, to be applied in a circle around the drip line of the tree shortly after planting, if seedlings are used. Another application of 4 ounces may be applied after 6 months. Now, this was more detail than we had looked at before. And does this additional detail about fertilizer and actual fertilizer use address the CA's concern?
No, because it's not incorporated within the ERM GHG analysis that's been provided and filed in this docket.
Okay.
It would need to be supplemented.
How do you know that this was not incorporated or used for the values that ERM came up with respect to fertilizer use?
And this is subject to check. When I went through the ERM GHG analysis, I went in and I cross-referenced the CDM methodological tool to check the emission factors that are utilized in the tool are the same as that is being utilized in the ERM GHG analysis, and I see that they are the same, and so I'm not sure how this specific fertilizer and the emissions associated with this specific fertilizer has been has supplemented, augmented, or informed the ERM GHG analysis.
Do you know what percentage fertilizer makes up with respect to total life cycle GHG emissions?
No, I do not off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you be surprised that what percentage do you think? Do you think it's a large percentage of the total?
I wouldn't speculate. I'm sorry. I wouldn't speculate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it's, I don't want you to speculate, but you are providing expert testimony here, right, Ms. Daigle? Okay. So would it surprise you that the total fertilizer usage is less than 2% of the overall life cycle GHG emissions?
So again, I wouldn't want to speculate. I would want to go in and cross-reference the tools that are being utilized again. And
okay, so subject to check, if fertilizer use is less than 2%, does that make a material difference to Hu Honua's GHG analysis, in your opinion?
Sorry, Jesse, can you repeat what's the standard by which you say a material change or material difference?
Does it make a material difference in the GHG emissions calculation?
Can you specify what you mean by material difference, please?
If ERM or whether the fertilizer use, do you see any scenario where ERM's treatment of fertilizer would cause the project to, and I want to go back to the Ramble report that we just talked about, but would you believe that it would have a material impact on Ramble's conclusion that the project will accomplish or create a net reduction of over 1.43 million greenhouse gas emissions? Does the fertilizer that we've been talking about, would it impact those numbers in a significant way?
So again, I wouldn't want to speculate because I would need to see the silviculture plan and assess that against the ERM analysis that has been provided in this docket. I wouldn't want to say either way until I had that opportunity to review.
Okay, and that's even assuming that the silviculture plan included precisely this explanation with respect to fertilizer. You still would not be able to opine on whether it would make a significant difference?
Not without having the opportunity to review the silviculture plan and the ERM analysis. I don't feel comfortable making that type of a call here on verbally without that opportunity. I would need the time to look at the analysis.
Okay, and my recollection in your responses to Mr. Stewart's questions is that you did not do your own GHG life cycle analysis, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Has the consumer advocate proffered a alternative methodology with respect to counting life cycle greenhouse gas emissions?
I don't believe we have.
Does the consumer advocate intend to do so?
I can't comment on the consumer advocate's intents at the moment in that regard.
I'm sorry, do you intend to do so as part of this docket?
The purpose of my testimony in this docket is to provide an assessment of Hu Honua's and ERM GHG analysis and the Ramble GHG analysis that the Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua provided and filed in this docket in response to support their application pending before the commission.
Okay, so does that mean that you're not planning to do an independent life cycle greenhouse gas analysis?
I believe that's what I said.
Okay, so that's what that means. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to move on to another concern that I saw was raised by the consumer advocate, and I'll refer you to Hu Honua CA-SIR 19F, which was filed on November 18th, 2021, and this is regarding possible incorporation of invasive species.
Can you bring it up, please?
Yeah, if you could just give us a moment, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Could you please explain the concern that the consumer advocate has raised regarding Hu Honua's potential use of invasive species, which it has highlighted as a project benefit?
So invasive species, depending on I think the moisture content that would be that's in each species is being offered by Hu Honua as a potential woody biomass for use as a public benefit to dispose of those. Now, do you have another specific question about this response?
Yes, I do, about invasive
Okay.
species.
Okay.
Specifically.
Okay.
Are you aware that the Hu Honua boiler has the ability and capacity to run on 100% eucalyptus grandis?
Yes.
Okay. So this concern that the consumer advocate is raising would only apply if Hu Honua were to use invasive species in its boiler instead of the eucalyptus grandis or in place of it?
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused by the question right now. Just because F is actually in reference to Christmasberry and Latana, and it's not talking about Eucalyptus grandis. So can I have some clarification, please?
Yes, thank you. Do you know if Hu Honua is planning to use, and I want to make sure that I get this right, Christmas berry and lantana in its boiler?
So this is a response. So I think that there were some responses, some IRs that were asked based off of some of the public benefits that identified the Christmasberry and Latana as invasive species that Hu Honua would remove from specific locations on Hawaii Island.
But have you heard or can recall any testimony from Hu Honua in this docket where it states that it has plans or intends to use Christmasberry and or lantana as a biomass feedstock?
No, that's why there was an IR asked about it. It was just a blanket invasive species. And when I was asking IRs, I wanted to know the types. And these were types that were identified. And I believe in the testimony of T2, I'm sorry, I don't remember who that specifically was at the moment, where there would be clearing of this specific invasive species. So I wanted to know if it was going to be used in the boiler. And I think there was confirmation that it will not be used. And so my questions on that have been resolved as
Thank you.
Yeah, are stated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we can move on. I appreciate the
Yeah,
clarification.
thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn to a different topic right now, and this is concerns raised regarding the information that has been provided by Hu Honua to date. And I know you said that some of those concerns have been satisfied, but is there still insufficient information that you believe that you are waiting for, that Hu Honua has in its possession that has not been provided?
Can you provide me with a citation so that I can orient myself to that?
Sure. I think we're going to have to go back to the Consumer Advocate Statement of Position, which was filed on December 28th, 2021. So if you could just give us a minute to pull that up.
Okay.
I believe that this is the part that addresses the concern that has been expressed by the consumer advocate regarding insufficient data. I just want to clarify which data that the consumer advocate is referring to.
Can you be more specific, please?
Yes, so you so far have identified a silviculture plan as one piece of data as it relates to fertilizer use. And I'm just wondering if there's any other data that the consumer advocate believes that has been insufficient.
Can I ask you to be more specific again, please? Which
Sure.
part? You have a document that you've pulled up. I'd like you to please point me to
One
a
moment, please.
passage or.
Sure, I understand. Just give me a moment, please. Can you scroll up, please? Okay, right there. Okay, so it says, as such, the consumer advocate at this time, based on the information provided to date and with the acknowledgement that responses to the Commission's IRs and the GHG emissions analyses are still outstanding, believes that there are still concerns that need to be addressed regarding GHG emissions as noted primarily in the consumer advocate's responses. And it lists a couple of responses. And I'm asking, in addition to a silviculture plan, specifically what information has Hu Honua not provided that would address consumer advocates' concerns?
I'd have to go back through and reread these responses that I'm referring to here, these SIR responses, in order to really answer your question.
Okay, so, and obviously we all want to get through this, so I don't want you to go reread all of the IR responses, but as you sit here today, other than a silviculture plan, can you think of any other information regarding the project that Hu Honua has failed to provide to the satisfaction of the consumer advocate?
Jesse, you're just asking her off the top of her head, just by memory, if there's any concerns that you haven't covered?
I'm just asking, yes, as she sits here today, can she think of not any other concerns, but any other information?
Outstanding.
Yes, exactly, other than the silviculture plan. And if there are, I would like to address them. And if they're not, I'd like to move on.
Well, you would accept, because you're accepting that this is by memory. So if
Correct.
she
And
can't
I'm
remember anything off the top of her head.
Right, as she sits here today, right now, that's all I'm asking. And my question is not about outstanding concerns, it's about specifically information that she believes that might still be outstanding.
Mr. Knox, are you objecting or you got the clarification you needed?
I think we've got the clarification.
Okay.
Michelle, is his question clear?
If he's asking me to, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, if you're asking me to provide you with an exhaustive list of potential other information that I've identified, it's something that would I would have to go back and refer to my previous testimony, and I would have to go back and look at the other IR responses. I would like to offer you that the silviculture plan would be quite extensive, and it would include in that plan crop rotations. I would think so you would have the crop rotations in there, so I can see a little bit more of how the biomass will be harvested, and then also how it will be regrown.
Okay, so
And so the sequestration is is something that would be part of that plan as a forestry management document. There's also the issues of the contracts with just to tie it into the to Hawaii Island, as I've discussed previously already. And I'm sure there's others that I would be able to get for you.
I
But
think
off the
we
top
are,
of my head,
okay.
yeah.
So, and I think we're talking about two different things, because I heard you talking about the silviculture plan, and my question is, other than the silviculture plan, is there any outstanding information or documents that you're waiting for? And then I believe that your response was, you said the contract with the landowners, so those are the lease contracts, is that what you're referring to?
And there may be others, but I would have to go back and review. So anything I'd say is subject to check at this point.
No, and I understand. So my only question is, as you sit here today, as I clarified, other than the lease agreement and other than the silviculture plan, is there any other information or data that Hu Honua that you can think of sitting here today, subject to check, has not provided?
There is some data that I can recall in regards to the upstream documentation for the retrofitting of the plant. And then after that, then that is also subject to check. After that, I would need to go back and review.
Okay, so let's talk about the data that you're referring to about retrofitting. What is that? What is the concern about retrofitting?
Oh, I would like to confirm the values that were utilized in the JPB portion of the GHG analysis.
Okay, good. Yeah, because that is something that I wanted to cover with you. So you're talking about decommissioning and the JPP analysis? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not talking specifically about decommissioning.
So what was the word you used? I'm sorry, I missed
The
it.
JPB analysis?
Yeah, but you
JPB?
used the word, it wasn't decommissioning.
Upstream, so some of the upstream values
Upstream,
associated.
okay, so you're talking about both construction and decommissioning. So let's
I'm talking about upstream values.
upstream values. Okay. So you have some concerns about the JBP report? And that's Joshua Pearson's report?
I would like to verify the weights and the values that are contained in the JPB report to cross-check against what is there to confirm the GHG analysis and the what was offered in that report and utilized in the ERM analysis.
Okay. Were you here when Joshua Pearson was called to testify?
I've been observing.
Okay. And my recollection was that there were no questions asked of Joshua Pearson, including by the CA's counsel, correct?
I'd have to go back and review.
Okay. Okay. I do want to get into the JPP report, but before we do that, I want to ask you about biogenic emissions, and if you know how biodiesel and biofuel were treated in the Ramble updated report.
Can you give me a citation, please?
Yes, I'm actually going to ask you to take a look at Hawaiian Electric Light statement of position, and they talk about this issue, and then you can let me know if you disagree, and if you need to see the Ramble report, then we'll pull that up next.
Okay.
So just give us a moment while we pull up the statement of position in that portion. I believe this one was filed on December 21st, 2021. And can you highlight for her where we want her to look?
Jesse, what page is that?
I'm sorry, can you scroll down to 19?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say the 21st?
I believe it was filed on the 21st. We should confirm that, though. You want to look at the top of the page? The bottom. Get the filing date. Yes, December 21. I think you have to scroll down.
Okay. This is page 19. Okay.
Do you agree or disagree that Ramble or the Ramble report counted emissions from biodiesel as 0?
Do I agree or disagree that they treated biogenic emissions from biodiesel as 0?
Yes.
They did. I believe they counted it as 0 in their report for their avoided emissions.
Okay, and this resulted in a lower avoided emissions number.
Yes.
Okay. And that was based on Administrative Rule Title 11, Chapter 60.1, Subchapter 11. Are you familiar with that?
I see the citation here.
Okay. And you are aware that in Hu Honua's life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, it does not include biogenic CO2 emissions from the Hu Honua plant as 0, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you are aware that Hu Honua, in its life cycle GHG analysis, accounts for all emissions anticipated to come from the stack based on energy generation at the facility.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that, please?
Sure, sure. You agree that the ERM report accounts for all stack emissions?
All stack emissions.
Yeah. In addition to the life cycle emissions, that it accounts for the stack emissions?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have any criticisms regarding ERM's accounting when it comes when it refers to actual emissions from the plant, right? That's not one of the criticisms that I saw.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And in coming up with the 30,000 megaton carbon negative number that Hu Honua has committed to, ERM does not factor in the avoided emissions from Ramble's report, correct?
I'm sorry. Am I understanding this correctly? I just want to check my understanding here.
Sure.
Are you asking if your the 30,000 metric tons a commitment includes or does not include the avoided
Yes.
GHG emissions that would result from the use of fossil fuels or biodiesel on Hawaii Electric Light System if Hu Honua was not added? Is that what you were referring to?
I think so. You lost me a little bit at the end of your explanation, but what I'm saying is, are you aware in coming up with that 30,000 metric ton carbon negative number, Hu Honua did not take credit for the avoided emissions as stated in the Ramble report?
Jesse, is the methodology for the carbon commitment in the record already?
I'm not sure I understand that. Was that the methodology for the carbon commitment? Could you please explain it?
Are you asking her if she's aware of how the 30,000 metric tons was determined in relation to biogenic emissions?
No. So what I'm asking is if she is aware that that 30,000 metric ton carbon negative number does not take credit for avoided emissions as stated in the Rambo report.
Okay. And is that in the record, what you're asking her that she's aware of?
And we can go, you want to go back and take a look at the ERM and Rambo reports? That's where it would be.
Would you like the citation?
We can do that.
Yeah, sure.
A little bit more time. Okay. If
Sure.
we could go back to that November Rambo report, and I believe that the updated ERM analysis is attached to it. Okay, and I can't give you a citation. I apologize, Ms. Daigle, because ERM does not factor in the avoided emission, so it's not included in this report. But you can take a minute to review the two reports and let me know if that's your understanding as well.
Sorry, if you could not move it around while I'm trying to read.
And
Actually, can you highlight the section that you want me to read,
yeah,
please?
let's take a look at the second paragraph of Ramble's report, not the GHG report. Sorry, I'd like you to look at the second paragraph of the Ramble report that this, I believe, is attached to. It's dated in November. Yeah, there we go. So, sorry, you get go to the second paragraph of the top. Okay, no, that's the second paragraph after this. There, it's the second small paragraph. If you could just read that aloud into the record, and then you can let me know if that helps to answer my question.
Can you highlight it for me, please?
Sure.
Thank you. According to ERM, the project will be more than 30,000 metric tons carbon negative cumulatively over the 30-year term of the PPA. The 30,000 metric tons reduction in GHG emissions does not include the further reduction in GHG emissions from the avoided GHG emissions.
Do you disagree with that statement? I'm sorry, Ms. Daigle, could you hear me? Do you disagree with that statement? Do you disagree with that statement in Ramble's report?
No, I do not disagree with this statement.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, do you need a break?
No. I need to I'm trying to skip past so we don't repeat any questions that I may have asked earlier. I apologize, Chair. So I'm going to ask two more questions on the topic of the avoided emissions and biogenic counting as zero. And so, Ms. Daigle, would you agree that because Hu Honua is actually accounting all emissions as or per the GHG analysis and it's not taking credit for the avoided emissions, that Hu Honua is overestimating the total greenhouse gas emissions related to the project based upon, or strike that they're overestimating the emissions based on the project. I'll rephrase the question. It was confusing. I'm sorry. Do you agree that by not treating Hu Honua's biomass project as carbon neutral, and by not taking credit for the avoided emissions, that Hu Honua is over counting emissions associated with this project?
I believe I said something to that effect earlier on in your cross today with me, particularly as it relates to the assumption that all below ground biomass is currently assumed in the project to instantaneously be converted to carbon, to GHG emissions, and so there is an overestimation of carbon that is not necessarily reflective of the actual cycle.
Okay, and thanks for reminding me of that. So you did point out another area, which was the underground biomass, where Hu Honua is overcounting the emissions based on its conservative methodology. And this is another example where Hu Honua is overcounting greenhouse gas emissions, right?
I think I need a little more clarification in terms of this being another example.
Okay, let me ask you another question then. By accounting for biogenic emissions in their project GHG analysis, instead of accounting for those as zero, wouldn't Hu Honua be required to sequester more carbon during the duration of the amended and restated PPA to fulfill its project GHG commitment, including its commitment to be 30,000 metric tons carbon negatively cumulatively by the end of the year?
So you're asking if you were to, instead of counting the avoided emissions or discounting them, then I'm sorry,
Let me rephrase my question. I don't want you to answer my question if it's confusing to you. What I'm saying is, by not treating biogenic emissions associated with the Hu Honua facility as zero, given Hu Honua's carbon sequestration commitments, would you agree that this means Hu Honua needs to regrow more trees than if it had accounted for biogenic emissions as zero?
Okay, I'd like to offer this if I may. My understanding of the 30,000 metric ton carbon negative commitment has to do specifically with the growth of the biomass primarily, in addition to the upstream emissions related to the construction or retrofitting of the project, and the decommissioning of that project. And so therefore, this is all associated with Hu Honua's activities. And so that's my understanding of the 30,000 metric ton carbon negative commitment that has been proffered in the docket by Hu Honua in testimony and in other filings.
Okay, so you do have an understanding though that based on Hu Honua's methodology, that the more emissions that it accounts for, the more trees that it needs to grow in order to sequester that carbon out of the atmosphere, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do have an understanding that that's both regrowing biomass, regrowing commercial eucalyptus forests, but also growing additional trees, including native forests, if the carbon sequestration obligations are not met, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, okay. And so then you do agree that by not treating biogenic emissions at the plant as zero, based on Hu Honua's commitment, that means they need to regrow more trees, either the commercial trees or native trees, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Okay, last topic. I want to talk a little bit about decommissioning, because that was one of the things that you had mentioned. And if you need us to show you your pre-hearing testimony to refresh your recollection, let me know. But generally, my understanding is that you have stated that GHG emissions related to decommissioning and disposal recycling of Hu Honua's project equipment was not addressed in prior proceedings in the docket, and your belief that this would need to be addressed now.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Hu Honua, in its responses to informational requests, have addressed decommissioning at the project, and that was through the updated Josh Pearson report, JPP?
Can you provide me with a citation?
I can. 1 second, please. I think I might want to show you an IR response first, and then we can look at his report, or it might be attached to it.
Okay.
Chair, to speed things along, would it be okay to go off the record for 2 minutes? And this is my last line of questioning with this witness. I don't think I have more than 5 or 10 questions. I just want to make sure that I can get them all. Is that okay? Or do
You say you want a short recess?
Yeah, and I'm saying a short recess in the range of like 2 to 3 minutes.
About 3:05, 7 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're in recess.
Okay.
Okay, it's 3:05. Do we have Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? Here we go. You ready to go?
I'm ready.
Ms. Daigle?
Yes.
Mr. Knox?
Ready.
Okay. Calling hearing back to order. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Daigle. So this is my last line of questioning on decommissioning.
Sure.
Before we went off the record, you had raised a concern and mentioned a subsequent IR response, and so I think we found that during the break, and I want to have that published for you to look at.
Okay, great, thank you.
And so specifically, this would be PUC Hu Honua IR 31D, and it was filed, I believe, on October 29th, 2021.
Yes.
Could you go to D, please? Was this the IR response that you were referring to? And take a moment to review it.
I'm sorry, can you, when was this filed again in the docket?
This was filed, according to my notes, on October 29th, 2021.
October 29th. Okay, thank you.
See, I think you referred to it as something that she referred to. Was that right?
I thought before the break she had mentioned an IR response that dealt with decommissioning, which I was trying to find, and then we went off break, and I was asking her to confirm if this was what she had been referring to.
Thanks for the context.
Yeah, sure. Let us know, Ms. Daigle, when you want us to scroll down.
Can you go down to the next page, please? Can you go down a little further, please?
So what we're looking at now is the table of the items or machinery that needs to be decommissioned.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Did this information address the consumer advocates' concerns regarding decommissioning and GHG impacts?
It partially addresses it, yes.
Okay, thank you. And what portion of the consumer advocates' concern does this not address?
Recycled, repurposed, recycled, repurposed. Sorry, if I could ask you to go back up, please.
Sure.
Can I ask you up a little further, please? So I see here that Hu Honua is potentially agreeing to an end-of-life management plan. Am I understanding the response to this IR correctly?
That's what I'm reading too, yes.
Okay. So in part of what I was referring to before was access to the different materials that have actually been purchased at this point by Hu Honua for use in their factory, and just to confirm that the materials listed are in fact the materials that are going to be in use.
Okay, so the concern that you had, so I understand it, was you were provided with a list of materials, but you actually wanted to go on site and access those materials? Is that?
I do not want to go on site to Hu Honua. Was looking for, because, and I'm sorry, but because Hu Honua is almost complete, there would be records of what was purchased, and so I can verify what was purchased against what is here to just check the validity. And this is tying into project-specific data.
So your concern was the underlying data that was used by JBP to come up with the table that we're looking at. Is that right?
Yeah, I would just like to confirm that this is indeed what is being used over at the facility.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention now, and hopefully this is going to conclude my questioning. But this would be table 12 to the updated ERM life cycle GHG analysis that we were talking about before.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And are you aware, or were you aware that the ERM updated GHG analysis accounts for decommissioning?
I am aware that there is an emission factor here that's being utilized from a life cycle analysis of a coal-fired plant that was published in 2008.
Okay. And are you aware that this 10% number, ERM, or at least David Weaver has testified that this is an overestimate, and I'm paraphrasing, but because given the likelihood that by the time the facility will be decommissioned, a large portion of the equipment used will be electrified and will run on electricity from a near zero carbon source or on biofuel. Do you disagree with that?
I don't have a crystal ball. I can't look in the future and see what the fuel mix will be, renewable or otherwise, for decommissioning activities. So I'm not able to. I'm aware that this is what's used. This is what's cited in the report. Whether or not it's an overestimate or not I think it's speculative. So I can't really say much more than that.
Okay. Last, I think, two questions, and then we'll move on. Going back to JBP or Joshua Pearson, are you aware that he did use project-specific data to come up with those numbers, specifically what's been referred to as the NGYTE database, and I'll spell that in case I'm mispronouncing it. It's EGNYTE, which is proprietary and confidential.
Yes, I'm aware that he used those materials, yes.
Okay, and you understand that the reason why he couldn't share those with the consumer advocate is because they are proprietary and confidential?
I understand that they are being designated as such.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Daigle. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Turn to life of the land. Mr. Curtis.
Aloha, Ms. Daigle.
Aloha.
I understand from the questioning that you have a degree in anthropology, correct?
Yes, I have a degree in anthropology.
It's a PhD?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daigle.
Thank you.
In this, I understand that Helco won the decision on May 10th, 2019.
Yes.
Following that, the next month, the consumer advocate hired you to be their greenhouse gas analyst. Is that correct?
Partially, I was hired as a research analyst with the Division of Consumer Advocacy, and this is one of the first dockets that I participated in, and I participated in the assessment of the greenhouse gas emissions analyses.
And you've participated in greenhouse gas analyses for other proceedings also?
Yes, I have.
A lot of them?
Multiple.
So you have a certain expertise on greenhouse gas analyses.
You could say that I have developed an expertise in-house.
And the burden of proof in proving whether or not Hu Honua's model is accurate or not depends on them, and you don't have to build an alternative model to show it's better, correct?
Objection, call for a legal conclusion.
Can you restate the question, Mr. Curtis?
Yes. The Hu Honua lawyer, Mr. Smith, asked you whether you were building your own life cycle analysis, greenhouse gas analysis, as opposed to simply looking at the Hu Honua model. But as far as you are aware, the consumer advocate doesn't have to build an alternative model to find critique of their model, correct?
The consumer advocate does not have the burden of proof in this docket, as far as my understanding. So I am not building a model to cross-check against Hu Honua's model or any of the other models in this docket.
Thank you, Ms. Daigle. Dr. Daigle. There was some talk by Hu Honua witness Warren Lee talking about emergency situations without really specifying what an emergency situation was. Are you familiar with the Hamakua fire that ravaged in June of 2021?
I would have to go back and check the news on that. There's been a lot happening, so I wouldn't be able to say off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised, or do you know if the percent of Hawaii that has burned is greater than the percent of California that has burned in recent years?
Sure, hold on. I'm going to object to that question. Does it refer to anything in the record?
Mr. Curtis, there's no, can you provide a citation in the record for that?
No, I can't.
Can you strike the question?
I'll strike the question.
Okay.
Are there a lot of fires that occur in Hawaii?
I object to that's outside the scope of this witness's stated testimony, and there's no foundation that she has any expertise. In fact, the only fire she's been asked about so far in this testimony, she said she wasn't aware of. So I think that's outside the scope of this witness's both scope of testimony and purported expertise.
Do you want to restate, the witness's scope is the GHG analysis. You've referred to Mr. Lee and the emergency circumstance. I'm not sure that's within her scope or something she testified on. So either restate or please move on.
Okay, you discussed the importation of logs and whether there was enough supply in Hawaii to meet the load needed by Hu Honua. Would that load be affected by weather conditions or fire?
If you're talking about the supply, and if the supply from what is already under contract for the 7 to 9 years that has been outlined in this docket, if there's a fire near those trees, a forest fire, I would assume that they would be vulnerable to that fire.
And Mr. Smith asked you about finances. Do you have an expertise in finances?
No, that's outside the scope of my testimony.
Mr. Smith also asked you about whether you know about Hu Honua's internal policies. Do you know that?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Dr. Daigle. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tahiri Power?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tahiri has no questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Commission Counsel, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no questions for Ms. Daigle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now for the commission, Commissioner Asuncion.
I have no questions, Chair.
Commissioner Potter?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question for you. Thank you so much for being here and your long putting up with a long inquisition. So that was great. I appreciate that. So I'm actually going to draw your attention to the pre-hearing SOP from the Consumer Advocate, and I can pull this up because I have it somewhere, and then let me make sure. Yeah. Okay. Need 2 seconds.
Okay.
Maybe longer. Yeah. All right. So this says, this says that the National Forest.
Sorry, Commissioner, what's on the screen is your folders. I know it's
Oh,
hard to see
shoot.
when you, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me figure that out. Cancel, stop. Why don't I have it open?
Do you want, Ms. Daigle, do you have the pre-hearing statement of position up?
Chair, we could also share it for Commissioner Potter.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, great.
Oh,
Thank you.
I got it too. I got it too. I apologize, everybody. I just have a lot of stuff open. Am I still sharing? It says I'm still sharing.
The document, or there's a document up now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Does it say C, NFF, like sub-bullet C?
Yes.
Okay, great, good, excellent. So NFF used a generalized estimate of 0.5 tons CO2 on average per tree over a 100-year period. This estimate was developed by using the USDA Forest Service General Technical Report, Methods for Calculating Forest Ecosystems and Harvest Carbon, with the standard estimates for forest types in the United States. Yep. And this kind of goes on here to just talk about how they use a linear average of planting for the trees. And one thing that to note in the greenhouse gas analysis, I'm having so much trouble. I'm sorry, everybody. So in the greenhouse gas analysis, the ERM.
Yes.
Sharing. Okay. I'm embarrassed. I apologize.
No,
I
it's
usually needed to take that class at the beginning of before the hearing. So, the greenhouse gas calculator that we've been talking about this whole time it's from ERM, and it has a column in it that uses a linear estimate for for the tree growth. And there's some concern about that. You know, I understand that
Yeah.
So I wanted to hear your perspective on whether that was an appropriate way to do this, or if we should be using allometric calculations. And I understand that Hu Honua has pledged to use allometric later as the trees begin
Yes.
to grow, but in the decision making that we're actually undergoing right now through this process and this discovery, this makes a difference of having, you know, this linear sort of approach to calculating sequestration. So can you speak to how you evaluated that within the different models and your perspective on that linear approach?
So the linear approach, it's basically a steady average over the entire lifetime of the tree. And that's not how trees grow per se. So trees, they grow, it's almost like a curve where then you get this long plateau in the end. And so when I was looking at the GHG analysis, it for me, because the assumed linear growth, it makes it difficult to really assess whether or not that's going to stand up over time, right? Is that actually going to, in the 30 years, what they've assumed reflect what is going to be sequestered in that time? Or is there some variability here that's not being accounted for? The ERM analysis does not provide for that type of a almost like a parabola effect for the growth. And so it's another area where the calculator is not necessarily reflective of the reality that will happen with Hu Honua and with the planting. Whether or not that is reasonable or not, I did not necessarily make that statement in the pre-hearing statement of position. I did note that when I was reviewing, and I did ask an IR about the linear growth.
And I think our staff did as well, and it was sort of an evasive response. So, so another thing that you noted in the pre-hearing SOP was how NFF developed a general 0.005 million tons per year of carbon sequestration rate.
Yes.
And so that number wasn't very well documented. And so while Hu Honua actually provided the formulas in the spreadsheets, and there wasn't a lot of information that backed that up. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well, and your concerns there?
Mike, so that emission, that growth factor, I believe they provided us a link to a website, and then it's just on the website, so we don't get to see how that was actually calculated and the types of trees that are being considered in that calculation. One of the reasons why I'm concerned with the biomass feedstock is if any of it's going to be imported, there may be different trees that are being used. And so that's going to change the rate. And the sequestration rate will be different too, in terms of the types of soils that are available for the trees to be growing in addition to the species so the genus of the trees. And so that's not really in the ERM analysis. The ERM analysis is like a high level, very generalized type of assessment. And so that's not necessarily wrong, but it's not really reflective of necessarily of what's going to happen either.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here. And I have no further questions for you. So I yield the floor back to you, Jay, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Daigle, I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Chair, we'd like to request, I know it's been a while, we'd like to request a very short redirect. We just wanted to talk to Dr. Daigle's experience, just 2-3 minutes.
Okay, so that's same parameters. We'll provide 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Daigle.
Yes. Hi.
Mr. Curtis asked you a little bit about your experience assessing GHG models at the Consumer Advocate's Office.
Yes.
Subject to check, do you think that you've done that for 9 PPA dockets, 8 PV plus BESS dockets, plus the 2019-0333 PGV A&R PPA docket?
Subject to check, yes.
And were all of those also done by Ramble?
Yes, they were.
And so were they the same methodology as Ramble used here, or were there any differences?
They're different. So the Ramble report analysis in this docket is based off of the GREET analysis, and so this is a fuel life cycle, cradle to grave type of analysis where you are looking at the GHG that's associated with the extraction of the crude oil, with its refinement, with its transportation, with the mixture, because not all not all crude is going to have the same emission factors depending on different types. Like, so fracking, for instance, has much higher GHG intensity. And then it looks at the transportation of those fuels, and then finally the stack emissions from them being burned in the energy generation plants. It's not the same thing that has been provided in the other dockets, because the other dockets are looking at a primarily PV plus BESS, and it's more of a an inventory style assessment where we're looking at each different component part of a PV plus BESS or just a PV project, and we're looking at, say, the types of panels and the GHG emissions factors associated with the construction of those panels, and then the transportation, and all the way over to where it will be constructed. And there's other elements too. It's not just the PV. You're looking at the transformers, you're looking at the overhead lines, you're looking at numerous components that are essential. The battery, you're looking at the battery itself, and then the all of those component parts as well, the transistors, etc. So all of those, you have the full life cycle that's associated with this, and it goes well beyond just being imported into the state of Hawaii.
Chair, I'd like to lodge an objection and move to strike that answer. I think the answer was well beyond either the scope of any of the cross. The mere fact that she was asked about her history does not have anything to do with methodology related to other dockets. And to the extent that there was an opportunity or an interest in the consumer advocate addressing methodology differences between this docket and other dockets, it was certainly free to do so in her direct testimony. She had that opportunity. If she chose not to do that, that's entirely the CA's decision. But I think to allow new additional direct testimony, or things that could or should have been brought up in direct testimony at this point, after all other testimony has been provided and all of the cross-examinations already occurred, I think is inappropriate.
Join.
Well, the point is that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Smith, yes?
Please, yeah, please state your...
Yeah, I can respond. So Mr. Stewart and Mr. Smith talked about her qualifications. So this was using redirect to talk about her qualifications in terms of experience. And this was a way to illustrate that.
I don't think that there would be an inappropriate, I would not have objected if you'd merely asked, has she participated in 9 dockets? That goes to her experience. Talking about differences of methodology, or in some kind of context that they're trying to draw some sort of conclusion from that at this point, is inappropriate.
Okay, we will strike her response. Mr. Knox, you can rephrase, but within the context of this docket.
Dr. Daigle, no, no need for any more. We're very good right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Daigle. may be
Thank you.
excused. We're going to take six-minute break. Then we'll start with, I believe Life of the Land's up next. So back here at 3:40. Thank you. Recess.
Thank you.
Okay. It's 3:40. We have Mr. Curtis. We have Mr. Stewart. Ready?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Oh, Joseph Stewart would cross me first.
We'll call the hearing back to order. Will Henry Curtis please identify himself?
Aloha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed with the cross-examination from Hawaii Electric Light.
We have no questions for this witness, Chair.
Okay, consumer advocate.
We have no questions for this witness.
Hu Honua.
You're on mute.
Jesse, I think you're on
Yeah.
mute. Yes, we have some questions for this witness, Chair. Could you please state your name for the record?
Henry Curtis.
Okay. And should I refer to you as Mr. Curtis or Dr. Curtis?
I am not a doctor.
Okay, because I noticed in your bio a statement that you had a master's in and I may pronounce this wrong, agronomy and agriculture, and a PhD in rural sociology with a bit of a concentration in economics. Did I get that wrong?
You got that completely wrong.
Okay, and if I'll have my co-counsel take a look at it, and you can correct my understanding. So this would be from the CV, which was attached as Exhibit 3 and Exhibit 4 regarding the summary of expertise to Life of the Land T-2, I guess, filed September 16, 2021. And so I'd like to look at the Exhibit 3.
Wow. You are quoting Dr. Stephanie. If you go up a bit.
Okay, so this is a quote. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, no, so I apologize. So you do not have a PhD then in this is the person that's being quoted. Okay. What is your level of educational experience, particularly as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions?
I have a BA and all but thesis MA in economics. And I have been involved in greenhouse gases at the commission since 2000 or 2001.
Okay. And you've or Life of the Land has proffered you, Mr. Curtis, as its expert witness with respect to greenhouse gas emissions?
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that Life of the Land appealed the approval of the amended and restated power purchase agreement in 2017. Did I read that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And what was the basis of Life of the Land's appeal?
As the Supreme Court stated in Helco 1 on the first 2 pages of its decision, we appealed on 3 issues, of which the Supreme Court upheld 2 of them. One of them was greenhouse gases. The second was the right to a clean and healthful environment. The Supreme Court upheld both of those, but rejected our request to be upgraded from a participant to a party status.
Okay, but and correct me if I'm wrong, but your understanding is the Hawaii Supreme Court did hold that LOL, your organization, should be permitted to participate in these proceedings pursuant to its right to a clean and healthful environment. Is that a correct understanding?
No, that's incorrect. We have a right to in the proceeding because the commission granted us intervention in 2012 and continued our intervention in 2017. The Supreme Court had nothing to do with whether or not we have a right to be in the docket.
Okay, did your status change after the proceeding?
Please define status.
Before you talked about being a party or a participant, were you what is Life of the Land's status in this docket now? Is it a party or is it a participant?
If you look at the PUC website, we're listed as a participant.
Okay, and was that the same as prior to Life of the Land's appeal that led to House Bill 1?
Let me repeat the answer I gave you, Mr. Smith, just about 1 minute ago. We appealed on 3 issues. The first issue was greenhouse gases. The second was a clean and healthful environment. And the third was to upgrade our status from participant to party. The Supreme Court upheld our first 2, but denied us on the third, so we have remained as a participant.
Okay, thanks for the confirmation. I was just trying to confirm my understanding. So you were a participant before the appeal and you're a participant now?
No, no. Life of the Land is a participant before. Life of the Land is a participant now. I am a witness for Life of the Land.
Okay, and what is your role within Life of the Land, Mr. Curtis?
I am the executive director, but as Hawaiian Electric raised the issue when we first intervened during my time at Life of the Land, we intervened in the docket in 1996. The Hawaiian Electric pointed out that an executive director cannot serve as a advocate for an organization, that it has to be an officer. So in January of 1997, Life of the Land made me a vice president. The board of Life of the Land made me a vice president, enabling me to represent Life of the Land in PUC and Public Utility Commission dockets.
Okay. Going back to that initial appeal, just briefly, with respect to the first issue that you had mentioned, and I don't want to, misquote you, but regarding greenhouse gas emissions, can you tell me, or can you summarize what your concerns with respect to greenhouse gas emissions were at that time?
I want to clarify for a moment, because I believe you're referring to the second appeal. The first appeal was your federal lawsuit challenging PICO's rejection.
Sorry, move this way. I'm not referring to a lawsuit. I'm referring to the appeal that was filed by Life of the Land, and referring to it as the first appeal filed by Life of the Land. So we're talking about the same thing. And I'm just asking if you can recall or summarize for me what Life of the Land's concerns were at that time regarding greenhouse gas emissions.
In 2011, the state legislature passed, and I believe the governor signed the law that stated that the commission must examine greenhouse gases in all regulatory proceedings. And up until our appeal, the commission had not done so. And therefore, we were simply seeking to get the commission to follow state law, which was decided by the Supreme Court in Helco 1.
Was one of the issues that you raised in the appeal that greenhouse gas emissions should not be treated as, that biogenic emissions such as from a biomass project should not be treated as carbon neutral? Was that an issue that you raised in the appeal?
Why don't you pull up the document?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm just wondering if you can recall whether that was an issue.
Do you see it in my record? Do you see it in my filings?
Like you, Mr. Curtis, I'm sure I don't have a photographic memory, and if you don't recall, that's fine. I'm just asking if that was one of the issues that you raised, if you recall.
I believe that you can ask questions about anything in my testimony or my IR answers. So if you can pull up one where this is stated, I can elaborate on it.
All I'm asking, Mr. Curtis, and I'll move on if you don't recall, but was treating biogenic emissions as carbon neutral, was that one of the concerns that you had, if you can recall?
As I said a moment ago, I believe you're allowed to ask questions about what I have submitted as testimony and responses to IRs. So if you find that in one of my submittals, you can bring it up and we can discuss it.
Okay. All right, so you're refusing to answer my question?
No, what I'm saying is if
Show
you want to go beyond your scope of what you're allowed to ask, I do not wish to answer those unless the commission decides to override its policies.
Mr.
Okay.
Smith, do you have a citation?
Well, as Mr. Curtis has pointed out, I'm talking about the appeal. So it's not part of this docket. And I'm just asking if that was a concern and whether that concern, and my next question was whether that has been addressed.
Well, if it's not part of the docket, then I don't think it's relevant right now.
Okay, so you don't think whether the concerns that you raised in the appeal were addressed is relevant to the concerns that you're raising in this docket? Is that what I'm hearing you
I
say?
don't think you are allowed to ask about documents not in the record. I think that is the fundamental nature of this evidentiary hearing, that only documents within the record can be brought up.
Okay, so are you referring to answer any questions with respect to the appeal then, if it's not in the record, so we can move on?
If it's in the record and if you can cite it, I'm willing to discuss it. If you want to bring up extraneous issues that are not in the docket, I do not wish to bring into the docket things that are not there.
Okay, so does that mean you will not answer any questions about the appeal unless it's in the docket? Is that what you're telling me?
Mr. Smith, if you don't have a citation, you should probably move on.
Okay, because I don't believe it's in the docket, but I just want to confirm that he's refusing to answer. But I'll move on. My next questions were about.
Mr. Smith, I have not refused to answer. I have said that you must have a citation that's in the pre-hearing order. If you want to challenge the pre-hearing order, it's too late.
I'm not challenging the pre-hearing order, and I'm telling you that I don't have a citation. Does that mean you're not going to answer my question?
No, that means you don't have a citation.
Okay, and what is the effect of that with respect to whether you're going to answer my question or not?
Without a citation, it's not in the record.
So
this evidentiary hearing is based on the record.
I understand that, Mr. Curtis. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to get an answer to my question or not, and if I'm not, I'm going to move on.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Smith, if you don't have a citation, you should move on.
Okay, I'll move on. One of the concerns that you've raised, Mr. Curtis, I lost you for a second, but one of the concerns that you've raised is that the project is an outlier in terms of secrecy, and you've used words like black box corporate structure. Do you recall that, or do you want me to show you a site in the record?
I'd like you to show me a site in the record.
Sure. So this is from, I believe it was your pre-hearing testimony, or Life of the Land's pre-hearing testimony that was offered by you. It was filed on September 16th, 2021. And I'll ask that my co-counsel publish that on the screen. So it's your executive summary. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. Curtis, about what your concerns may have been?
I knew what my concerns were. I wanted to see the citation so we could discuss it.
Okay. Okay. You see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a moment to review it?
Yes.
Okay. You can stop sharing then. Okay. So our unacceptably high economic impact and corporate secrecy concerns that you have raised in this docket?
Correct.
Okay. I noticed that when Mr. Miyata, who is the CFO of Hu Honua, testified, you did not ask any questions. Does that mean those concerns have been addressed?
No, that means we have enough information on what he has to say to put into our briefs at the end of the proceeding, and we do not need to figure out anything more from what he has to say. But again, I don't think that statement appears anywhere in my testimony or in my answers to IRs. So once again, you are probing something that is not part of the official record.
Okay, so, and I want to just refer to something that you just said. So you did not have any more questions for Mr. Miata. Is that what you're telling me?
The record speaks for itself.
Okay, but you do agree that you had the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Miata, right?
Every party has the right to ask questions of every party. That is correct. And participant, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis, as Life of the Land GHG expert, have you or has Life of the Land conducted any of its own studies with respect to greenhouse gas impacts at the project?
No.
Okay, I want to ask you a few questions within the realm of your expertise in biomass. Do you believe, as LOL's expert, GHG expert, that not all biomass projects are the same?
I believe that all energy projects are different, that no two projects are the same. That is correct.
Okay, and you would say that just talking about bioenergy or biomass projects similar to Hu Honua, that those projects are also have differences and none of those are the same, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you agree with the statement that there are a variety of biomass projects, some good, some bad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the statement that some biomass projects can be carbon neutral? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to now refer to your pre-hearing testimony at page 28. And this was filed on September 16, 2021. And I'm going to ask that my co-counsel share his screen.
Look at the two commissioners right there. Just really like, what the fuck is that?
Excuse me, I didn't catch.
Mr. Curtis.
Nothing. I'm sorry, I said something on the side. Sorry, I did not mean to say anything on the record.
Just your microphone's live.
Okay. And I want to direct you to your statement regarding, and I'm going to quote here, clear cutting specific Hawaii forest tracts. And you can take a minute to look at it. Let me know if you see it.
Mr. Smith, can you offer which line?
We also find out what page that is, please, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I have it. 1 second. I think we have the wrong document up. So
Okay, I didn't see what you're referring to. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just take your time to pull it up.
Okay. Get it to me. So to come back.
I would say it's adjournment.
It's page 28, so I think we might be at the wrong page. There you go. There it is. Okay. Can you highlight that that part of the sentence? I'm talking about this statement below on line 22 about clear cutting specific Hawaii forest tracts. And my question is, what clear cutting and what Hawaii forest tracts are you referring to?
I would say that one difference between Hu Honua and life of the land has always been the term of what you're doing and what we think you're doing. I use the term clear cutting as leveling trees. Since you're leaving the stumps in, you say it's not clear cutting, but it's a matter of semantics. Hawaii forest tracts, well, the wood you're chopping down is in Hawaii. It's in a whole bunch of trees, which are normally called a forest, and it's a piece of land, so it's a tract.
Okay, but you do understand that what we're talking about is a commercial plantation or commercial forest of Eucalyptus grandis trees, right?
A commercial forest tract of eucalyptus trees is in Hawaii. It is a forest and it is a tract. So yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, and when you were talking about the stumps, you do understand that Eucalyptus grandis automatically coppices and regrows when you cut a stump, at least the first few times, right?
Except for the testimony of your witness, which said it doesn't always do that.
Okay, can you give me a cite to that testimony?
One of your witnesses today or earlier in this evidentiary hearing said, we will go around and where the coppice does not replant itself, we will plant a tree.
Right. So,
I don't have the citation for that, but that is my understanding of what your witness said during this evidentiary hearing.
okay, but do you understand that the first couple times that they're coppice, the tree should regrow?
No, I don't understand that.
Okay. Do you or does Life of the Land have an issue with harvesting commercial forests such as eucalyptus and then regrowing them?
That is a very broad speculative statement that I would need a lot more detail before I could answer.
Okay, but I'm not talking about a specific situation. I'm just talking about generally, do you have an issue with harvesting commercial forests if those forests are then regrown or commercial crops like eucalyptus?
Can you show me a citation where I might have said something like that so we can use that as a reference point?
Well, I'm trying to ask you questions within your area of expertise to find out what your concerns are, and I'm asking if that's not a concern. And are you telling me that if it's not something that you stated in the record, then that's not a concern?
I think your focus of your questions are not about what is or not in my expertise, but what is in or not in the record. And
Okay.
therefore, you need to cite the record in order to build on the record.
All right. So if I don't cite the record, then you're not going to tell me if you're concerned about it or not. Is that fair?
Mr. Curtis, he just showed the citation to talking about clear cutting. I think he's following up on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you repeat the question?
My question is, you mentioned clear cutting, and if instead of that's your term, if those commercial eucalyptus grandis plantations or forests, as you say, are regrown, does that satisfy Life of the Land's concern, putting aside any other factors that might come into play?
Well, let's list some of the concerns we might have with that scenario. One, there is a temporal issue. Climate change is really severe, and we need to deal with greenhouse gases in the next 10 years. If we chop down and burn trees now, but plant them later, there is a temporal split, a delta that exists there. Second, we're not talking about who is doing the chopping down, what this silviculture plan is, which I think in the power purchase agreement, you're required to file every year after the effective date of 2017. We would have to look at pesticides. We would have to look at biodiversity on the site. We'd have to look at whether there are cultural impacts on the site. So from a generic position, it's really, really difficult to answer a hypothetical speculative statement.
Okay. So going back to the temporal aspect, you reviewed the ERM life cycle greenhouse gas analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that, at least according to the ERM greenhouse gas analysis, that in those early years, the project is actually carbon negative because of the eucalyptus trees that have been growing on the plantation over the last 20 years, or depending on how long Hu Honua has had the lease right.
That's an interesting concept, because if you have a tree that's currently removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and you chop it down, it stops removing CO2 from the atmosphere. And if you look at the life cycle of that tree, of all the carbon it would have removed from the atmosphere, but it has no longer removed because you chopped it down, and then you say that doesn't count, why don't you look at these other siloed impact? That is simply, again, way too simplistic a model.
Okay, but you understand that in addition to harvesting and regrowing trees, Hu Honua is also committed to regrowing native trees and other trees that it will never use at its facility. You understand that commitment?
I understand that Hu Honua has committed to contracting with other parties, and they have stated that other parties will grow a specified number of trees.
Okay, and you do agree then that regardless of who grows the tree, the important thing is that the trees are grown, right? Particularly with respect to native trees on Hawaii Island?
That again is a loaded question, because we've introduced evidence into the record, Dr. Lowe of Oregon, that points out the first 20 to 22 years that a tree is planted, it emits more CO2 than it absorbs. And therefore, there is a time lag in that has not been reflected in the ERM analysis. So what we're willing to accept is that according to Hu Honua's analysis, they believe that there's an offset.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was the name of the person that you're referring to?
Dr. Lowe, Beverly Lowe, Oregon.
Can you spell the last name?
L-O-W.
Okay. And did Dr. Lowe, did she ever review ERM's updated greenhouse gas analysis in this case?
No.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I want to ask you just a couple more questions on this topic, and then I'm going to move on. And this is the topic of the commercial forests and the eucalyptus trees that are planned to be used for this project. If this project, oh, before I ask that question, are you still opposed to the project?
You didn't ask him.
Yes.
Okay. If the project is not approved, what will happen, or strike that question. If the project does not receive commission approval, is Life of the Land concerned that those eucalyptus trees, which are supposed to be used as feedstock for the project, will be cut down and never regrown?
That is a huge loaded question based on speculative, hypothetical situations, which I don't think is anywhere in the record of what will happen to the trees if you don't use them.
Okay, so that's not something then that Life of the Land is concerned about.
That is not something that you can find a citation in the record that you can ask me this
Okay, so I'll take it then the answer to my question is no, Life of the Land is not concerned about that that prospect.
No, you're incorrect.
Mr. Smith, was that, I mean, is there an IR that asked this question? Is this brought up in Mr. Curtis's testimony?
Chair, and I'll move on because it's not an IR so much as he's talked about clear cutting forests and the eucalyptus trees, and I'm trying to ask him if he is concerned that that will happen if the project is not approved, because he has stated that concern as a concern with respect to the approval of the project.
It's also something that could have been asked as an information request of Life of the Land.
Okay.
Was that asked?
I don't have it in front of me, and so I can't say one way or the other, but I'll move on. Okay, Mr. Curtis, in your expert opinion, how long does it take a eucalyptus tree to grow in Hawaii? And I'm specifically talking about Eucalyptus grandis of the type that will be used at the Hu Honua facility.
I believe that Hawaii has most of the climatic and soil types found throughout the world, and in different areas it would grow at different rates.
Okay, how about on the Hamakua Coast?
I do not know whether the soil types along the Hamakua coast are the same or not. It's an IR that I asked Hu Honua about, and the only thing Hu Honua would state is it's wet volcanic soil.
Okay, but I'm asking, in your expert opinion, do you know how quickly Eucalyptus grandis trees grow on the Hamakua Coast?
Depends on.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to object. I'm not sure where the notion of expert opinions is coming in. The commission hasn't designated the qualification of expert witnesses here. So I don't think people have been designated as experts. So I'm not sure that it's appropriate to characterize anybody's opinion one way or the other as expert opinion. So I would object to that.
Let me rephrase the question. Can I rephrase the question, Chair?
Sure.
Okay. And I want to clarify that Mr. Curtis has held himself out to be an expert, and I was not commenting on what the commission should or should not do with respect to that issue. But I want, so
I did not. I believe.
I'm going to restate the question, Mr. Curtis. Do you know how long it takes for a Eucalyptus grandis tree to grow 100 feet tall on the Hamakua Coast?
I will answer it this way, and I want to give you a complete answer, and it has multiple parts.
Okay.
The first part is that it varies by soil, by climate, and by elevation. The second part is that in order to have an understanding of the specific tracks that you're looking at, it's important to ask local experts about the issue. And therefore, we sought to identify the specific tracks so we could discuss it with Big Island residents who are more expertise on this issue. Hu Honua has chosen to keep the tracks confidential, so we have not been able to get local expertise on it, but it varies greatly by place.
Okay, but you generally know what area they're in, correct? And I believe it was, we talked about, I don't have it in front of me right now, but you do have a general understanding of where those tracks are on the Hamakua Coast?
Generally.
Okay. And
wait, generally, because I don't want to encroach on confidential information. And
okay, understood.
If you say Hamakua, I don't want to be trapped into saying that, yes, it's being grown on Hamakua and it's part of some confidential document. So,
and I'm not trying to trap you, so that's a fair statement. So is the answer to my question then, though, without revealing any confidential information, that you don't know how long it would take a eucalyptus tree to grow 100 feet in those areas where those commercial forests are?
the commercial forests extend over a wide range of Hawaii Island, and I would find it shocking if trees in various parts of the Big Island under various conditions are all grow the same. But I will concede one thing that may help you. I am not a forester.
Okay, thank you. Would you be surprised to know that a Eucalyptus grandis tree in some areas of the Hamakua Coast, including where Hu Honua has its commercial forest, that they can grow 100 feet in 6 years?
I would ask you if, Mr. Smith, are you testifying on that?
No, I'm asking you a question if that would surprise you.
Because that sounded like testimony. It sounded like you were saying that in some places it will grow 100 feet in 6 years. And as far as I know, unless you
Mr.
find
Smith, do you have a citation that you're referencing for the question?
Hold on one second. I think I do, your Chair, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to move on. I want to speak to you briefly, Mr. Curtis, about the concept of additionality. Is that something that you've raised in this docket?
Yes.
Okay. And do I understand it that additionality, particularly when it refers to a biomass project, refers to the concept of not only is biomass carbon neutral, but there is an additionality because of the regrowth of the trees. And there has been concerns and criticism about that because environmental groups like you say that the developers are unwilling to make sufficient commitments about regrowing trees. Is that a general correct understanding of what additionality is as it relates to this docket?
Hu Honua and Life of Land have different definitions of additionality. We rely on different experts, and if you want to bring up a citation, I can talk about it.
Okay, I do want to bring up a citation, and it is one of your citations. So let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Okay, so this was an article while my co-counsel pulls it up. I believe it was Exhibit 22 to your T2, Life of the Land T2. So just wait a moment while my co-counsel pulls that up. Yeah. Okay. Are you familiar with this article, Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, and this was an exhibit to your pre-hearing testimony filed on September 16th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and this is an article about biomass policy in South Korea?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know who the author of this article was, or authors?
I think if you scroll down, you'll probably find it.
Sure, could you scroll down, please?
And it's important to raise this article and others like the European one are to show that there is a global effort to have accurate reporting requirements on biomass.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So Ju Jin Kim, he was one of the authors of the article?
Okay.
And Mr. Kim is a lawyer. True? Is that right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Kim, or have you ever met Mr. Kim?
No.
Isn't it true that one of the concerns in this article was that biomass was being used as the predominant renewable energy resource on the South Korean grid in order to fulfill South Korea's RPS?
I believe so, yes, subject to check.
Okay, and we will look at a passage about that in a little bit. Mr. Curtis, are you aware of how many biomass projects there are in the state of Hawaii?
Biomass, let's see, H Power, Kauai Green. Those are the two that are operational. There were a number of them that have been proposed. Pacific Biodiesel is operational. There have been a number of them that have been proposed, including Ainakoapono and Hu Honua and others.
Okay, and how many of those are on Hawaii Island?
Hu Honua and Ainakoapono and Pacific Biodiesel were all projects proposed for the Big Island.
Okay, and out of those projects, how many did Life of the Land support?
As a general rule, we don't intervene unless we have concerns. And so we don't come out and embrace projects that are good. Although I will say that Pacific Biodiesel is a project that has done a good job.
Okay, did Life of the Land intervene in any of those dockets?
Yes, in Ainakoapono we did.
Okay, so, and you've also intervened in Hu Honua, right?
Correct.
Okay, any others?
We intervened in a number of importation of biofuels with HECO. We intervened in the Imperium. We were involved in other projects, but I believe we're either a granted participant status in most of them. We may have been intervener in some. You can certainly go to the DMS website and pull them up. I think I have a list of them in one of our exhibits somewhere, if you can pull that up too.
No, that's okay. I want to talk about the article while we have this pulled up. And I'm going to ask that my co-counsel scroll down for a minute. And could you scroll down, please, but so we can still read the text on the top? I just want to make sure this is the right page. Okay, Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the executive summary, and in the first sentence of the executive summary, the concern of the article appears to be the rapid growth of the biomass energy in Korea has shown a threatening trajectory. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that one of the author's concerns in this article is the government subsidies given to biomass projects?
I believe the title of the article, if you go back up to the front page.
Mm-hmm. Let's not do that because I want to keep this going. But
well, I think the title describes the purpose of the article, and you can cherry pick individual sentences, but the title describes the purpose of the article.
Well, I'm looking at the content of the article, and I'm asking if generally was one of the concerns that was raised was the subsidization by the Korean government of the biomass industry.
Why don't you highlight that section and I'll...
I'm asking if that's your opinion on whether that was one of the concerns or not.
Why don't you highlight the section?
I'm not sure which section you're referring to, so let me ask you another question. You have reviewed this article, correct, Mr. Curtis?
Yes, but not yesterday and not last week.
Okay, but this was one of the exhibits that you attached to your pre-hearing statement, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you aware whether the authors in this article view all biomass projects as bad, or whether they make an exception for some biomass projects?
No, I'm not aware.
I'm going to ask my co-counsel to scroll down. Go slowly, please. And keep going. Keep going, please. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to ask you about the paragraph that starts with nevertheless. Just because I'm seeing it now, and you asked me about subsidies, but do you see where it's talking about subsidies and how the biomass utilities received from the government has climbed to 1.8 trillion, equivalent to 1.5 billion US dollars in 2018? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Go down, please, a little bit. Keep going. Okay. Do you see the portion that starts to address these issues? We propose the following policy recommendations.
Yes.
Okay. Scroll down, please. Keep going. Okay. Okay. Do you see the paragraph that starts with the word second?
Yes.
Okay. 4 lines down, there's a sentence that I'm going to read that's from your article that says, as an exception, some small facilities that solely utilize locally produced and sustainably sourced unused biomass feedstocks could still qualify. And it's talking about the subsidy. Do you
I
see
see
that?
it.
Okay. And you do understand that Hu Honua plans to use locally produced feedstock, right?
To some extent, yes.
And would you characterize within the context of this article and biomass in South Korea, would you consider Hu Honua to be a small facility?
When you're comparing South Korea to Hawaii Island, in terms of size, land use, population, money, there are so many things you have to factor in that I think this article is better served to show that there is a global conflict over biomass, and we could delve into all the differences between South Korea and Hawaii Island, but I don't think that would be very productive.
No, I don't either. So then you agree that comparing biomass projects in South Korea, which are the focus of this article, is apples to oranges when it comes to comparing biomass projects in Hawaii.
When you're comparing the specifics, yes. When you're talking about the generalities that around the world we have, we're chopping down, we were losing a net loss of more than 1 million trees an hour globally. That is a serious issue facing climate change.
Okay. So was the reason that you attached this article to your pre-hearing testimony, was it because of the title of the article or was it the contents of the article?
It was to show that the biomass industry globally is that globally there's an explosive growth in using trees for electricity at the same time that we need trees desperately as an offset to climate change, so that the Hu Honua is not an isolated case that is happening just here, but globally there is a problem with the biomass industry. And not all companies within that sector are negatives, but that on average we're facing a gigantic problem.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you one more question. One of the concerns in this article is that native trees would be used for biomass production. You do agree that Hu Honua is not going to be using native trees for its biomass production, correct?
Yes, I believe so, subject to check.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness, Chair. Thank you very much.
Wow. Let me just be.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. It's 4:30. I just, Ms. Wong, for Tahiri Power, do you like cross-examination?
We have no cross, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commission Counsel, Mr. Kaitsu.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Commissioners. Commissioner Suntian.
Just, Mr. Curtis, you can decline if you want to, but when we were talking, I believe Mr. Smith was asking you if it was around, if you would be surprised if E. grandis goes up to 100 feet and grows up to 100 feet in 6 years, then we're interrupted whether or not, whatever. And then you're about to say, as far as I know, and it, intrigued me to, maybe you had something there. So I want to give you a chance if you want to expand on as far as you know. You're muted, Henry.
Yeah, Mr. Curtis, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I personally do not know how fast trees grow in different places. That's not within my expertise.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. That's all I had, Chair.
Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Henry, I have no questions for you today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no questions as well for myself. So thank you, Mr. Curtis. We're going to bring the hearing to a close today. So that leaves, I have my notes correct, one witness, Ms. Wong, will take your witness Monday morning at 9 o'clock. And then we've scheduled, or after all the witnesses, we'll go straight into the closing arguments for each party. So we've stated up to 10 minutes, and the order will be Hawaii Electric Light, Consumer Advocate, Hu Honua, Life of the Land, and Tahiri Power. Thank you all. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. Well, I guess again, we'll open up the WebEx at 8:30. We'll begin sharp at 9. We'll adjourn for the day and the weekend. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.